No time to dream about the future. No time to think about the past. Better focus on right now if you're gonna last in the World Series on Fox. They said the Bombers were dead because the Braves are just way above their heads. But last night it was a reversal of fortune as the Yanks pitching proved powerful in its own right. That's right-hander David Cone. Woo! And Bomber Bernie, he just provided some breathing room. Tonight, two southpaws fight down in Dixie, while New York gambles on Kenny Rogers to hold them. Atlanta attacks the North with Nagel leading the charge. It's New York and Atlanta in Game 4 of the World Series on Fox.
Well, friends, tonight's ball game is one that the king of swing, Benny Goodman, would really appreciate. Why is that? Well, this is what they call a swing game. If the New York Yankees win tonight, they even up the 1996 World Series at 2 games apiece. If, however, the Atlanta Braves win, they take a commanding 3-1 lead and have a chance to win it outright tomorrow night here at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. A lot of work to be done still as these tomahawk-chopping fans in Atlanta look for their 2nd straight World Championship as the Atlanta Braves and New York Yankees battle in Game 4 from a sold-out Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. We have every pitch, every play, all the excitement for you right here on Fox. Hello again, everybody. Along with Dave Winfield and Steve Lyons, I'm Chip Carey. Welcome to Game 4 of the 1996 World Series. For the New York Yankees, what a difference a day and a city can make for you. Gone for the Braves is all that swagger, all the talk of sweeping New York away as the Yankees won Game 3 5-2 yesterday, and now they feel very good entering Game 4.
What you saw last night, it was a reality shift. The truth and reality is that the Atlanta Braves are not that much better than the New York Yankees. I still think the Yankees are an underdog. But listen, both these teams have improved since last year. That's why the Yankees are in the World Series. And the Braves, they are even better because they've maintained their status and returned to the series. But again, there's not that much difference in these clubs.
Well, David Cone came in here and gave the Yankees exactly what they needed, a huge effort to slow down the suddenly potent bats of the Atlanta Braves. I don't know where that came from, but Kenny Rogers has to come out and do the exact same thing tonight, because if he doesn't, they go down 3-1, and then the Braves are a much better team than the Yankees.
No question about it. Everybody saw the difference in the way these teams play between the New York series and the way the series started here in Atlanta. The Yankees really want to rely on that bullpen. The Braves rely on their starters. Roles were reversed yesterday as David Cone pitched great. The Yankee bullpen even more impressively, and the Yankees got their first win of the series.
Well, listen, I talked to Joe Torre before the game, and he said when he walked out to David Cone last night, he was hoping he'd lied to him and say that he could keep going. His pitch count wasn't high, so he had confidence in him. Listen, I played with David Cone 92 World Series, and I knew last night he was going to pitch on guts, determination, and no fear attitude. Hey, if you get into a fight, this is the guy you want in your bullpen. And he did it on what I call about 85% effectiveness before his surgery.
Well, Torre goes out to get him. Cone begs for him to stay in the game, and that's the kind of guy you want. You have to get to 6 innings to get to Rivera and then Wetland. If you don't get 6, he looked around and said, hey, what the heck? He's the best arm I got going for me. He's going to be the guy I leave out on the hill.
Well, it was good news, bad news. A classic story for the Yankees last night. Good news, they finally get to use Rivera in a meaningful situation. Bad news is high pitch count, and Joe Torre has to worry about whether or not the young right-hander will be available tonight.
Well, Mariano Rivera is a guy who only weighs about 168 pounds, and he's a power pitcher, a lot of fastballs. If you send him out with a lot of rest, he's pretty good, 3.2 ERA. If you get him out there on the second day, that ERA jumps to 10.6. If they have to use him today, they've only used him on 3 days in a row, 1 time all year. That's a schedule for disaster in my mind. They don't want to have to go there again.
Hey, on the other hand, the Atlanta Braves, hey, they go into the bullpen. Their workhorse has been Greg McMichael, but he's been terrible recently, so they may have to go down there to Avery, Bilecki, and then to get to Wohlers. And if that's the case, at the top of this series, we said that's why the Yankees have a better bullpen.
Well, that's one thing Joe Torre was worried about. Also, with the rainout of Game 1, he said, hey, the Atlanta Braves now have the advantage because the Yankees have to send Kenny Rogers to the mound, and he has been awful so far for New York in the postseason. Denny Nagel will be his pitching opponent tonight for the Braves. But still, Joe Torre has confidence in his left-hander. He defends his pitcher and his decision to start Rogers tonight in Game 4.
The 2 games he's pitched in postseason, the one I discounted pitched in Texas, and I thought that was so distracting to him that he had no chance. The last game, I was a little disappointed because he had a lead against Baltimore and he couldn't get the job done. I have to have confidence in him. He's my pitcher tonight. And the only thing I'm concerned with is if Kenny Rogers is questioning himself, because I know because of the shoulder, he may be trying to manufacture things instead of feeling as loose as he'd like to when he has his major equipment with him.
So Kenny Rogers takes the mound for the Yankees. A lot of pressure placed on himself. That's one knock that Kenny Rogers has. Also, you have to consider the fact that before New York came to Atlanta, Yankee owner George Steinbrenner said, hey, I'm looking forward to your best start of the year.
Oh, that'll get him ready.
You know, here's a situation where the Atlanta Braves went out and got Denny Nagel for exactly this time of the year to use him as their fourth starter in a World Series situation. The Yankees don't have that luxury. They scuffle to figure out who's going to pitch game for them. They go with Rogers. Denny Nagel enables the Braves to set up their top three, Smoltz, Madison, Glavine, on enough days rest, and that's why they went and got him. And he's no slouch when you send him out there.
Yeah, quite a luxury to have a 16-game winner as your fourth starter. So Nagel and Rogers feeling some pressure, but that's nothing compared to the young man you're about to see on your screen. 23-year-old Carlton Gamble is on the field taking part in the first ever 1996 Gillette Strike Zone Challenge. This young man will try to throw a strike to win $1 million tonight here in Atlanta.
It's almost your salary, Jim.
Oh, hey, it's not, but it ought to be, Steve. No question about it. Raleigh Fingers, of course, will be his pitching coach during this event. One shot at $1 million.
Hey, I wonder if this guy is a distant cousin of Oscar Gamble, my ex-Yankee teammate. If so, he was a DH, good bat, no throw, no money's at risk.
Hey, it says right here, Jim, he loves to read, hang out, and eat good food. Doesn't say anything about his varsity letter in baseball right there, though.
Well, let's see what he can do. His one shot at $1 million. Go get him, Carlton.
Okay, I gotta. Okay, here you go, guy. Take your time. Want you aim. Hey, look at the middle of the target. Over the middle of the target. Top of the line. Okay, remember, step right straight at it. Step right straight at it. Take a couple deep breaths before you do it now. Watch what you're doing.
Is he going to the stretch or the windup? Let's see. Carlton.
But the young art student from Brighton, Alabama, is going to win $50,000 in the 1996 Gillette Strike Zone Challenge.
He still might get a date in Atlanta.
Hey, maybe you can offer him a little financial advice.
If he would have made that, maybe the Yankees would have considered using him as the game four starter.
Oh, that's harsh, Steve. Great pitching matchup tonight between the Braves and the New York Yankees. Kenny Rogers is the man of the hour for New York. Denny Nagel, who pitched so well for the Braves in Game 4 in St. Louis, takes the hill for the Braves. It's time to swing, swing, swing here at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. We'll see who comes out on top as the World Series continues here on Fox.
Fox, the exclusive home of the 1996 World Series.
I am Wall Street. Every day, people come to me with one thing on their minds: getting more for less. Will they find it in stocks, or bonds, or precious metals?
The all-new ES300.
Ah, so the smart money's in metal.
More of a Lexus, less of a price. At Stevenson Lexus and Cooney Lexus.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form...
For 200 years, it stood the test of time, preserving liberty, promoting our values, protecting privacy, keeping government out of our lives. Now Wayne Allard wants to wreck our Constitution. Wayne Allard wants to make nearly all abortions illegal. Allard wants to take away a woman's right to choose and turn women and their doctors into criminals. Elect Tom Strickland, who believes the choice should be left to women and their families, not to big government and politicians.
This Halloween, Blockbuster Video has a special treat. Buy one of these Halloween classics for just $7.99. Rent 2 movies and they're yours for $3.99. If that's not a reason to scream, what is?
From Joel and Ethan Coen comes the first great film of 1996. A brilliant macabre thriller. There won't be a better film this year. Fargo, rated R, from Polygram Video. Rent it tonight.
They've already expanded the death penalty for drug kingpins, passed welfare reform with work requirements, forced teen mothers to stay in school or lose benefits. President Clinton and Al Gore. And for the future, balance the budget to grow the economy, create jobs, drug testing for felons, strengthen school anti-drug programs. Dole Gingrich stood in the way, and now all Dole offers are personal attacks. No ideas for our future. President Clinton and Al Gore, meeting our challenges, protecting our values.
Catch Seinfeld after the game, tonight on Fox 31.
We're moments away from Game 4 of the 1996 World Series here at Atlanta's Fulton County Stadium. Let's join Braves public address announcer Marshall Mann.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the presentation of our national anthem, which tonight will be performed by A&M recording artist John Popper of Blues Traveler.
What a start for Game 4. Time now for the play-by-play call. Let's send it upstairs now to Joe Buck, Tim McCarver, and Bob Brenly. Hello, guys.
Hey, Chip. Thank you very much. We're 4 for 4 on the anthem, getting ready for Game 4, along with my partners Bob Brenly and Tim McCarver. Well, last night, Tim, the Yankees came back from the dead. David Cohn was terrific in his start here in Atlanta. Now tonight, the Yankees and the Braves hook up, and it's Denny Nagel on the mound for the Atlanta Braves. It'd be very easy to overlook what Denny Nagel means to Atlanta, but he is a very big piece to the puzzle for Bobby Cox.
Game 4 of the World Series. You may remember Game 4 of the National League Championship Series when Denny Nagel pitched so well for the Atlanta Braves against the St. Louis Cardinals, working 6 2/3 and actually left the game with a shutout in the 7th inning. The Braves bullpen coughed it up. However, what Nagel did with that start, he allowed the big three, Smoltz, Glavine, and Maddox, to get their normal 4 days rest, and of course they finished with a flourish. He's a left-hander with a high leg kick. He's very deceptive, and he has really kicked it in the postseason along with the other Atlanta pitchers. Look at the earned run average, 1.62, only 29 walks. That's in 13 games, 103 strikeouts, and 5 home runs. Joe Torre telling me before the game, as a side note, that there are going to be more runs scored in this game, he feels, than any of the other in this series.
Well, after last night's win, these next 2 games are so important for the Yankees because a win in either one of these 2 games gets the series back to New York. Tonight, the Yankees play behind Kenny Rogers, who has not been good in the postseason.
Well, we saw Joe Torre last night stick with David Cohn, bases loaded, 1 out. He stuck with him. He left him in the game. Don't look for that same kind of patience tonight with Kenny Rogers. He's been hammered around pretty good in the postseason. He has a lot of problems in the first inning of the ball game. ERA over 5, opponents batting average over 300, and the Braves are an offensive team that likes to jump the opposition early. Not a good combination for Yankee fans. You know, George Steinbrenner not only said, I'm expecting your best tonight, I'm counting on it.
I'm behind you, win or tie. One thing we know, there will be no tie tonight as the Yankees try to tie this best of 7 1996 World Series. Kenny Rogers, Denny Nagel, Game 4. After this from your local Fox station.
On Fox 31.
Braves take the field right on cue. It is a cool evening here in Atlanta. Fulton County Stadium. It is jam-packed for Game 4. We get ready for the Yankees and the Braves. A look at the Yankees starting lineup. Same as last night. Tim Raines in left. Derek Jeter batting second. Then Bernie Williams. He went deep last night. He has hit 6 home runs in the postseason this year, tying a major league record. Then Cecil cleaning up. Charlie Hayes at third base. Darryl Strawberry in right. Mariano Duncan hitting 7th. Joe Girardi catching, batting 8th. Pitching and batting 9th. First big league at bat coming tonight is Kenny Rogers. The Braves defense, Mark Lemke, 60th career postseason game, most among second basemen. Congratulations to Mark Lemke, and he, along with the rest of the Braves defense, backs up left-hander Denny Nagel.
Well, Nagel compares himself favorably with Tom Glavine. Very similar type of pitcher. Throws a sinking fastball, will occasionally cut a fastball into a right-hander. Relies a lot on his changeup. He also throws a curve and a slider.
Yeah, I think, Bob, the difference between Nagel and Glavine is that Glavine uses the outside part of the plate, and Nagel, a pitcher more or less that uses all of the plate. That high riding fastball. Leo Mazzoni, the pitching coach of the Braves, telling me before the game that he rarely throws the ball over 86 miles an hour, but he's got a very deceptive delivery, and for the most part, that's what gets right-handers out.
Scouting report on Denny Nagel. We just talked about the great changeup, very deceptive. Helps set up his other pitches. Only a mid-level fastball, mid-80s. And will occasionally throw a slow curve to get ahead of right-handed hitters. Try to sneak that strike one in there with the slow curveball.
Really, two pitchers hooking up tonight, very similar in style. Although Kenny Rogers has struggled in the postseason, Denny Nagel has not. Making his first World Series start and facing Tim Raines, leading it off in this World Series, 3 out of 9. Deep breath and away we go. Raines led off last night with a walk, scored a run the first inning, later had a hit. Game 4 underway with ball 1 high to Raines. .57 degrees here in Atlanta. Second to last game ever played here at Fulton County Stadium tonight. Nagel high with the first 2 pitches, not too surprising. 2 balls, no strikes.
Raines started the game with a walk last night. Yankee hitters seem to be a little more patient in Game 3 than they were in the first 2 ball games.
2-1. Kenny Rogers is still getting ready.
Well, that may have something to do with his first inning problem.
Right.
Maybe throw a little bit longer, but down in the bullpen.
There's a strike again. It's 2-2.
When that happens with a pitcher, you try everything. You try having him warm up early, come in and sit in the dugout for 15 minutes. You have him throw as he has tonight, right up until the time the game starts. You're willing to try almost anything.
He's actually in play along with Mel Stottlemyre right now. Pop up down the left field line. How about that?
2-2 on Raines. Full count. You could see Denny Nagel ask the home plate umpire Steve Ripley if the pitchers would be allowed to blow into their pitching hand because of the cool weather here tonight. The answer is yes. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Raines, leading off. 1 out.
Like Raines chased a pitch, might have been up out of the strike zone, but with 2 strikes, he's got to be able to protect that plate. And the wide zone we've seen in the first 3 games of this series, I don't blame him for swinging.
Denny Nagel striking out 7 Cardinals in that Game 4 of the NLCS, and almost all of them were on high fastballs.
So 1 away here in the Yankee first. The batter now Jeter, and a good fastball from Nagel for strike 1. Derek Jeter has 2 hits in the World Series, 2 out of 8 for the postseason. Outstanding. The rookie hitting .388. That changeup, strike 2.
I guess the big question with Bernie Williams, did his bat order get in? Bernie Williams forgot his bats in New York. They were supposed to have been FedExed here to the ballpark this afternoon. The home run he hit last night was with Joe Girardi's bat.
0-2 the count, and Jeter straightens up.
That'd be like John Popper showing up to play the anthem without his harmonica. How do you forget your bats?
Man, that's your business partner, right?
Oh, man.
Can't do that. That'd be like Siegfried showing up without Roy.
That's a frightening thought. 1-2 the count. Now, evidently a foul ball, and the count stays 1-2. What would the Tigers think if Siegfried came without Roy? Little check swing, foul ball. Jeter still right on top of the plate. 2-2. Home plate umpire tonight is Steve Ripley, with Larry Young, Jerry Davis, Jim Evans on the bases, Terry Tate down the left field line, and Tim Welke, who worked the plate here last night down the right field line. Just off the inside corner in a full count, as it was with Raines. Jeter trying to get on ahead of Bernie Williams. Got him.
Same story, second verse. High fastball.
I believe we're seeing a pattern develop here.
In steps Bernie Williams, who last night broke out. He came in 0 for 7 in the 8th inning, went down the line off McMichael, a 2-run shot. It was a 3-run 8th inning, and for the Yankees, a 5-2 win. Bernie, his first 2 hits of the World Series here last night. 2 out of 12 for the postseason, hitting just under 400. Denny Nagel ran the count full to each of the first 2 hitters. He struck out Raines. He struck out Jeter. And he gets strike 1 over to Williams. Bernie Williams trying to extend this first half inning. Nagel looking sharp early on. Changeup, low and away, 1-1.
We've watched Javi Lopez move on those corners for the Braves pitchers in the first 3 games of the series. He won't do it as much with Nagel. He will on the changeup to the outside part of the plate on right-handers. But more so than any other pitcher on the Braves staff, Lopez will try to work within the strike zone.
2 balls and a strike on Williams.
Oh, there it is right there. Bernie Williams. So Bernie got his bat order in. All right. So he's not using Joe Girardi's bat tonight.
Evidently not too superstitious either. 0 for 7 in the World Series with his bats. Broke out of it last night with Girardi's bats. 2-2 now on Williams. And Nagel is in a spot now to strike out the side in the first inning. And again, a full count, as he has done with each of the first 3 hitters. Fielder waiting on deck. To the right side, plenty of time for the right fielder, Jermaine Dye. An 18-pitch first inning for Nagel. Scoreless for the Yankees. Bottom of the first coming up. For Denny Nagel, you'd never know it. A perfect first inning, and now in the bottom half, the Atlanta Braves will send in Marquise Grissom to lead it off, hitting .500 in this World Series so far, 7 out of 14. Then Mark Lemke batting second, Chipper Jones hitting third, playing third. Fred McGriff cleaning up. Javi Lopez batting fifth. Andrew Jones is in left field. Jermaine Dye is in right. Jeff Blauser, the shortstop, pitching and batting ninth. It's Denny Nagel. Look at the Yankee defense with Joe Girardi behind the plate. 2 for 2 last night in cutting down base stealers. Got Jones and Polonia, and here is Kenny Rogers. His first World Series start so far. Not so good in the 1996 postseason.
We talked about the problems that Kenny has in the first inning. He also has problems early in the count. It is imperative if Kenny Rogers is going to have success tonight to get ahead of hitters. You hear that with every pitcher, but it's particularly true with Rogers.
You know, we have access to a world of statistics up here during the World Series, and one that I really found interesting is when Kenny Rogers does get ahead, no balls and 1 strikes, the opponent's batting average against his fastball is .421, against his breaking ball is .429.
Go to the change.
Try something.
Leading it off, it's Marquise Grissom with Lemke and Jones to follow. And Kenny Rogers starts Grissom with ball 1.
That's where he often misses when he gets behind in the count. Low and away to right-handed batters.
The count on Grissom. Now 2-0. Kenny Rogers before this season signing that big contract worth $20 million. Grissom pokes one to the right side for Mariano Duncan. 1 away. Scouting report on Kenny Rogers as he works here in the first inning.
Must establish that fastball for a strike. Tim mentioned he tries to work outside the zone. He's got to be able to get that fastball over the plate early in the ball game. The second bullet point, I think, is the biggest downfall for Kenny Rogers. He doesn't realize how good he really is.
That's right.
Gives the hitters way too much credit. He's afraid to come into that strike zone and doesn't really pitch inside enough.
1 out, nobody on. And a strike to Lemke. When Rogers is on and he has that good fastball, he can keep hitters honest, use that good changeup. But his fastball has not been there the last half of the season. Missing low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Another strike, and it's 1-2 on Lemke.
And so far exclusively working the outside corner. This would be a perfect count right here to show a good hard fastball inside, just to try to establish it early in the ball game. See if Girardi moves in. Changeup.
On 1-2. Now 2-2.
See, that changeup would be much more effective on the next pitch if you set it up with a hard fastball in on the 1-2 count.
Two balls, 2 strikes on Lemke. Just missing the outside corner, but everything has been away to the first 2 hitters.
Getting a real good look at Joe Girardi's signs. When you see that pinky finger slip out there, that means fastball away. If he uses the index finger, that means he wants a fastball inside.
3-2 pitch. Lemke to third for Charlie Hayes. High hop. 2 out. Kenny Rogers has been the Game 4 starter for the Yankees in each of the 3 playoff rounds they have been involved in. Was the Game 4 starter in the division series. Did not get a decision, but a 6-4 Yankee win. He lasted only 2 innings. That was against Texas. Game 4 in the ALCS at Baltimore. Got a no decision. Yankees won that game, but Rogers lasted only 3 innings. There's a good curveball from Kenny for strike 1. Couple of ground outs to start for the Braves here in the first inning. 1 ball, 1 strike on Chipper Jones.
Joe Girardi, there's Andy Pettit, tomorrow night's pitcher. Joe Girardi out to talk to Kenny Rogers. Often when a pitcher is having a difficult time, as Kenny has had this season, in finding the strike zone, a catcher's ploy, it's not really a ploy, it's almost a teaching device. Ask him what it would be like if he had to hit against himself. If he could only put himself in the hitter's spot, he would know how tough he was.
1-1 on Jones. Now Rogers falls behind 2-1.
Well, he's 2/3 of the way of getting through what is usually his rockiest inning in the ball game. If he could have a 1-2-3 inning in the first, it would really pick him up confidence-wise.
2 out, nobody on to the shortstop Jeter. And a perfect 1-2-3 inning for Kenny Rogers. Good start. Exactly what he, the Yankees, and Torrey needed. 1 inning in Atlanta, Game 4. No score.
Here's the thing. Most long-distance plans, very complicated.
Oh, yeah.
But the AT&T one-rate plan, very simple.
How simple?
Calls from home are 1 low rate all the time.
How much?
It's 15 cents a minute to anybody in America at any time.
And this is AT&T?
That's right.
1 rate all the time.
Exactly.
Is there any time when this is not the rate?
There is no time when this is not the rate.
I don't get it.
Am I just being unclear?
No restrictions, no games. The AT&T one-rate plan.
It takes 43 face muscles to make a frown. But if you drive a Lumina LS, you won't have to worry about using any of them. Because Lumina LS can go 100,000 miles before its first scheduled tune-up. No 6-passenger car in its class can offer you as many standard safety features for the price. And best of all, you can afford it. The cars more Americans trust.
Testing dugout jackets, bay 3.
No entities without yellow credentials beyond point.
Commence autograph sequence.
Retina scan positive. Ripken, Cal.
We need to know how it holds up to everyday use.
How many days did you have in mind?
Stress coding.
Activate starter dugout jacket in 3, 2, 1.
Starter Sportswear. No one's closer to the game.
Look who's finally ready to play.
Warner Brothers proudly present the biggest superstar on the planet, Michael Jordan.
Wow.
And the best-loved rabbit on Earth.
Oh, brother.
Bugs Bunny.
You know that your friends are cartoon characters?
Yeah. Together for the first time.
In 3D land?
In a motion picture event. Whoa. Unlike anything you've ever seen. Space Jam.
You the duck.
Rated PG. Starts Friday, November 15th at theaters everywhere.
On Fox NFL Sunday, a bitter rivalry is born when Switzer and the boys battle Jimmy and the Dolphins. Coverage begins noon Eastern, 9 Pacific.
Denny Nagel had a perfect first inning. Back to work in the second.
You remember the Fifth Dimension? They had a song, Up, Up, and Away. Denny Nagel, up, up, and away.
I don't remember the Fifth Dimension.
I do.
I'll bring you the 8-track tomorrow. You can check it out.
Cecil Fielder will lead it off. Second inning, no score. We Big Daddy, Charlie Hayes, and Darryl Strawberry for the Yankees here in the second. Ball 1 to Fielder. Cecil in last night's game doubled in his final at bat, was 1 out of 3, and in the series 3 out of 11. Would it be fair to say that if Denny Nagel hits only the mid-80s with his fastball, it certainly appears a lot harder than that because of the other pitches that he has? Like that. Missed up and in, 2-1.
Well, what's so deceptive about Nagel, and hitters have a way of explaining this, his foot hits the ground before his arm comes around. The foot and the arm don't come at the same time. And it causes things like that.
Fielder totally jammed. Lemke could roll it over there, 1 out. And the first 4 Yankees have been retired.
You know, a lot of times it's not so much the pitches the pitcher throws, it's the delivery to get those throws to home plate. Another lefty that comes to mind is Sid Fernandez.
Yeah,
wasn't
same type.
Exceptionally overpowering with his fastball, high 80s, occasionally 90, but his delivery was so deceptive that hitters jammed themselves all night long.
4 up, 4 down for the Yankees, and the batter will be Charlie Hayes. Makes his second straight start. Last night was 0 for 5. It's out of play for strike 1.
Here's Denny Nagel's delivery. He drags the arm. This could cause arm problems later. There's the foot hitting the ground. The arm hadn't come around. And that's the deception in his delivery that we were talking about.
Denny Nagel, only 28 years old. Acquired by Atlanta on August 28th for a couple of minor leaguers and a player to be named later from the Pittsburgh Pirates. Falls behind Hayes, 2-1. Said it a couple times before, it was Nagel's departure that was the last straw for Jim Leland with the Pirates. Now 3-1 on Charlie Hayes. Strawberry on deck.
And you really can't blame Jim Leland for crying out loud. One of the best managers in the game, and just wasn't given the cards to play in the same poker game with the rest of the managers.
That's into right. Right at Jermaine Dye. 2 up, 2 down here in the second. So Hayes now 0 for 7 in the World Series. Here's Strawberry. Boy, he had an impressive at-bat here last night in his second at-bat against Tom Glavine. After striking out on 3 pitches in his first at-bat, he had a runner at third. He actually had 2 on, and on the very first pitch went the other way, right through the Atlanta defense for an RBI single.
Darrell, a notorious low ball hitter. Power zone down and in, down out over the plate. Power the other way also.
Nagel has retired 5 in a row, but he's been behind each hitter he has faced. And he's 2-0 on Strawberry. Now 3-0.
He didn't go around. You can see the Atlanta outfield. As a matter of fact, Strawberry not going around, wasn't even close. And now the Atlanta infield playing a shift with the count 3 balls and no strikes, and the outfield playing the other way.
3-1.
So since Nagel fell behind in the count 3-0, Strawberry more apt to pull. The outfield stays around to the left while the infield is around to the right.
Two out, nobody on for the Yankees in the second. Strawberry looking for something to hammer with a count of 3-1. Up the middle, right to the shortstop, Blauser. On the right side of second base, Blauser takes care of Strawberry. Nagel takes care of New York.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't.
Feeling safe, being secure.
No, I won't.
It's why more families rely on Buick LeSabre than any other full-size sedan.
Stand by.
Peace of mind from LeSabre.
Hey, Max, glad I caught you. You know what I just discovered at Pizza Hut? The perfect pizza. Not too thick, not too thin. Just like, pizzeria pizza. Freshly baked every day. And here's the kicker. A ring of cheese baked right into the crust. Imagine.
Why are you telling me? I'm a dog.
I'm telling everyone.
Discover Pizzeria's Stuffed Crust Pizza. Now we've got your pizza.
And the best part, Max, a large is only $8.99. Great, huh?
Aluminum. Most new car radiators are made of it, making them a big target for pitting and failure. But Prestone Antifreeze bonds with aluminum, forming the Prestone zone of protection against corrosion.
Is brought to you by Buick LeSabre for safety and peace of mind. By Visa, it's everywhere you want to be. By AT&T, your true choice. And by HBO. It's not TV, it's HBO.
Beautiful shot overhead. No score, bottom of the second. We talked about Strawberry, that power zone low. Denny Nagel, His Highness, up in the zone, up in the zone, up in the zone. Up in the zone, fouled off. And a high fastball grounded to Lemke, or I should say Blauser, who has shifted where Lemke usually plays.
Nagel has been perfect through the first two. Now Kenny Rogers, who had a 1-2-3 first inning, deals low and away to McGriff. Fred McGriff, 4 out of 11 in this series. 5 RBIs in the first 2 games combined. And for the postseason, hitting just under 300. Not getting the corner. It's 2-0.
See Joe Torre asking where was it? Probably asking Zimmer. Zimmer will tell him whatever he wants to hear.
2-0 the count. That's a good bench coach. Down the left field line. Long run for Charlie Hayes. Great effort. Can't get there, but Charlie did everything he could. He started so far off the line because of the infield shift. He didn't have a chance to get to that pop-up.
And a lot of foul territory here at Fulton County Stadium. They won't have this much room in foul territory when they move into their new ballpark next year, which will make a lot of hitters happy. I know that.
How far he is off the line. That's why he was not able to get there. Now McGriff looks at ball 3 low. Everybody ought to have a friend like Don Zimmer. That's what Joe Torre will tell you.
He's a national baseball treasure, that guy.
3 balls and a strike on McGriff. Hit into center. Track wall. 1-0 Atlanta.
When you let Fred McGriff get extension like that on a ball over the heart of the plate, you might as well forget about it. Knew it was gone the moment he made contact with that ball.
That is his 5th of the postseason, his 2nd of the World Series. He hit 28 during the regular season. Kenny Rogers fell behind 3-1, and he paid the price. Now he's 2-0 on Javi Lopez.
Now when you allow the big guys get the count in their favor and they know what's coming, that's what causes that extension, Bob. He's got 1 free swing and took advantage of it.
Now 2-0 on Javier Lopez, who has hit 3 home runs during this postseason. 3-0. Lopez on 3-0 took a strike. It's one of the few times I've seen Kenny Rogers just cut it loose. It seems like early he's been trying to make that perfect pitch, aiming. Yep. And he's been falling behind. Now 3-1 to Lopez, and he walked it. A home run and a walk to start the 2nd inning.
I mentioned Joe Torres had the quick hook in Kenny Rogers' other 2 starts in the postseason. He's going to go out and have a talk with him, try to settle him down right now.
You know, you throw baseballs and you toss darts. You don't throw darts. And that's what Kenny Rogers has been doing. And Joe Torre, I would imagine, along with Joe Girardi, telling Kenny Rogers to use more of the fat part of the plate early in the count. Throw the ball down the middle of the plate and let your natural action take care of getting the hitter out.
I'm counting on it. The last 4 words Kenny Rogers heard from George Steinbrenner before this start. One run home, 1 on, nobody out, and here's Andrew Jones. Strike 1 from Rogers. 250 in the postseason, 3 hits in this World Series. All 3 in the opening game at Yankee Stadium. Strike 2, and Rogers cutting it loose, 0-2. Nothing new with Andrew Jones at the plate. We've seen him take an awful lot of pitches during this postseason. Took 2 strikes, now a ball. It's 1-2.
That's very unusual for a young hitter, too. But think about it and how much sense it makes. The more you take, the more you see a pitcher, the more you see his tendencies, the more you see how his ball moves.
And if you have enough confidence in your own ability to be a 2-strike hitter, particularly your first at bat of the ball game, why not see as many pitches as you can?
2 balls, 2 strikes on Andrew Jones. From 0-2 to 3-2. Rogers fell behind McGriff, 3-1, gave up the home run to dead center field, walked Javier Lopez, and now after jumping out in front of the rookie Andrew Jones, it's a full count. Kenny Rogers has thrown 16 pitches this inning and still has not recorded an out.
Rogers very close to a balk with that delivery to home plate. Just a very minimal delay at the belt before he delivered the ball home. Perhaps thinking Lopez may be running on the 3-2 count. Watch how quickly he breaks and goes home. The leg was started up before the hands really came set.
Again, the 3-2 pitch to Andrew Jones instead of check on Javi Lopez.
Jones going with a different look with the Sox tonight. Not like Chipper Jones. Pulled the pants up a little bit, show a little more black there.
He's keeping up with the other Jones. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 1 on, nobody out. 2 on, nobody out. Run, back-to-back walks, and now Jermaine Dye, the number 7 hitter, stands in for Atlanta as they look for a big second inning.
Well, what walks do, often it coaxes a pitcher into the strike zone. It's not only the walks, but when you do throw strikes, you don't throw strikes as hard as the ones you're supposed to throw. That's simply put.
2 on, nobody out. And ball 1 to Jermaine Dye.
There's an old baseball saying, you give the hitter too much credit, and I think that's what we alluded to in the opening, that Kenny Rogers feels that every pitch has to be perfect in order for him to be successful, rather than trusting his stuff, going after the hitters, and let his defense work behind him.
Well, he's already walked 1 rookie. And he's 2-0 on another Jermaine Dye. And with that, action will start for the Yankees in their bullpen. Mel Stottlemyre watching in anguish. 2-1. And a big cut by Jermaine Dye.
Trying to make it 4-0 with that cut, and why not? 2-0, you have a free swing, just like Fred McGriff. That's some swing right there, right from his heels.
Rogers still behind on the count, 2-1. That's into right for Strawberry. Lopez will tag and try to advance. He will, and it's first and third, 1 out. So Dye advances the runner to third. Javi Lopez for a catcher runs well. And it's runners at the corners, 1 down here in the second.
That saying he runs well for a catcher. Makes it sound like it's a genetic defect or something. We've got 2 catchers in this ball game that run very well.
That's correct.
And there's 1 former catcher in this booth that can run well.
Yes.
Just let that sit there. First and third, 1 out for Jeff Blauser.
That might be our early Aflac trivia quiz tonight.
Runners at the corners, 1 out. And now ball 1 to Blauser. Double play ball gets Rogers and the Yankees out of trouble. And the Yankees would feel very fortunate to get out of it with only 1 run crossing the plate. It's the number 8 hitter Blauser at the plate now with Nagel, the pitcher, on deck.
Blauser, an excellent bunter.
Andrew Jones about a 1.5 step lead over at first. Fox box in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Runners on at first and third. 1-0 the count with 1 out, and the Braves out in front by 1 on the McGriff home run. One ball, no strikes. Borderline pitch. Rogers doesn't get it. 2-0.
You're not going to get those pitches if you're always out of the strike zone. The guys with good control get those types of pitches.
So first and third, 1 out, and again Kenny Rogers behind. It's 2-0 on Blauser. That is a foul ball, and wisely Joe Girardi let it roll foul. And the runner, Lopez, will have to go back to third.
That's a hard play for a catcher, and the reason is, do you stay home or go get the ball? If you go get the ball, you leave home unprotected. Lopez, the runner at third, saw home plate unprotected because he's a catcher himself. He knows Girardi's dilemma, and Joe shrewdly allowed it to roll foul.
That's an instant judgment call on the catcher's part. You have to make up your mind if you think that ball is going to curl foul or is it going to stay in fair territory.
So a 2-1 count on Blauser, trying to add to the Atlanta's second inning lead. A lot of pitches already for Kenny Rogers, who has had very little work since the end of the regular season by his own doing.
When Rogers went to first, then Lopez broke for a home. Kind of gives you the idea that a squeeze might have been in order. Remember, Blauser is 1 for 9 in the World Series and a poor offensive postseason.
2 balls and a strike, and again a check on Andrew Jones.
And you can see Jones headed back to first base. He had a real good read on Kenny Rogers' move that time.
Kenny Rogers trying to get around back-to-back walks here in the second. squeeze play. It was on. It works. Nobody covers first, and it's 2-0 Atlanta.
That was a squeeze all the way. The runner was breaking for home as Rogers' arm started its delivery. Mariano Duncan, caught by surprise, does not get over to cover first base. It's fortunate that Rogers didn't airmail this ball out into the bullpen. And it sets up the rest of the inning perfectly for Bobby Cox. Denny Nagel at the plate with 16 sacrifices on the year. Runners at first and second.
Tim, you called it early as Javi Lopez tipped the Braves' hand a little on that throw to first.
It was the first throw to first when Rogers threw over there. Lopez broke toward home. Charlie Hayes came up. It looked like Hayes was suspecting something.
Now the bunt from Nagel to third. Charlie Hayes, the barehanded play, 2 out. And the runners up to second and third.
See Denny Nagel with good form. He gets the bat at the top of the strike zone and leaves it out there. And he knows that any pitch above his bat is going to be a ball. Any pitch in the strike zone, his bat is going to be moving down to bunt the ball. Probably going to get it on the ground as he's done 16 times this season.
So now second and third, 2 out. The Braves out in front by 2, and it's Grissom. Marquise grounded out to second his first time up. And again, Kenny Rogers falls behind. That caught the inside corner, 1-1. So a leadoff home run from McGriff. Back-to-back walks to Lopez and Jones. Dive fly to right to advance Lopez to third. The RBI base hit on what was a suicide squeeze play off the bat of Blauser. The sacrifice bunt by Nagel, and now 2-1 on Grissom. Good stat for Grissom and the Braves in this spot. A base hit could double the Atlanta lead. There it is. In to score is Jones. In to score is Blauser. Down to second, Grissom. 4-0 Atlanta.
Girardi slides inside, but Rogers doesn't get the pitch far enough in there. Grissom just scalded that ball by Derek Jeter at shortstop. No chance to react. Close play at second, but Grissom beats it.
It's a 2-run double. It's 4-0 Atlanta. And Kenny Rogers lives to see another batter. It's Lemke, strike one. What has happened to Kenny Rogers? Last year, 17-7 with Texas. 12-8 during the regular season, but a big ERA. And in the postseason, has not done anything right. Runner at second, 2 out. Lemke chops one. Left side, good play. Jeter inning over. The Braves get 4. They lead by 4 after 2. We'll be back to Fulton County Stadium after this from your local Fox station.
On Fox 31.
Braves get 4 runs in the second inning. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without express written consent. We get into the third inning and the Yankees have to get to work. It will be Mariano Duncan, Joe Girardi, and Kenny Rogers as Duncan fouls away strike one. Only one hit in this World Series for Mariano Duncan. The Yankees as a team come in this World Series hitting 198 with 1 home run. So far, Nagel has retired the first 6. For the second baseman, Lemke. Good play. 1 out. Folks, be sure to stay tuned. Between the 4th and 5th innings tonight as the fans here will perform a flip card routine to reveal the winner of the 1996 True Value Roberto Clemente Man of the Year Award. So that's coming up. Past winners like Ozzie Smith, Cal Ripken, Dave Winfield. Here's Girardi, 1 out, nobody on.
Just thinking about that bottom of the 2nd inning. If the New York Yankees get the out at first base, if they get Blauser out at first base, remember a squeeze play is designed for 1 run, but you've got to get the out. If they get that out, it's the 2nd out of the inning. You get Nagel out and you save 2 runs.
Chipper Jones, a nice backhanded stab, and Girardi is 0 for 6 in the World Series.
Quite a contrast. Denny Nagel and Kenny Rogers have very similar stuff. Neither one very overpowering, good breaking balls, decent changeups. Nagel's throwing the ball over the plate. Rogers is throwing the ball everywhere but over the plate. Falling behind, and when he does come into the strike zone, the Braves hitters have been whacking.
Kenny Rogers will stand in for the first time in his big league career and face left-hander Denny Nagel. And he takes a ball.
Kenny, an outfielder in high school and a good one. An excellent throwing arm, obviously. Turned him into a pitcher. Went to Plant High School down in Florida, right outside Tampa, Plant City.
It's where the Cincinnati Reds have spring training.
Right.
2 out, nobody on. Nagel trying to be perfect. Off the glove of Chipper Jones. Kenny Rogers is on. And wouldn't you know it?
How about that?
The first hit of the night belongs to Kenny Rogers.
Kenny probably thinking, all my career I've been thinking hitting was tough. Hey guys, not that tough. 8 outs in a row by Nagel, and it's Rogers in his first major league at bat to single. Nothing to it.
So American League pitchers are now 6 out of their last 131 during World Series play, and the 6th hit belongs to Kenny Rogers. 3 of the 6 belong to the last 2 New York starters. Kenny Rogers tonight. David Cohn had 2 of them back in '92 with Toronto. Here's Tim Raines, and there's ball 1. 3 out of 10 in this series. Struck out his first time. The Yankees have their first base runner. It's Kenny Rogers here with 2 out in the 3rd. 2-0.
Well, we just mentioned Kenny Rogers, his first at bat. Obviously, then his first time on the base is Javi Lopez with a good pickoff move to first base. Jose Cardinal went over and said something to Kenny Rogers after the first pitch to the plate. Rogers was way out there in no man's land. He's shortened up a little bit now. Get a little crazy, you know. You get up there and swing the bat, and all of a sudden you think you're a base runner too.
Cardinal probably telling Kenny Rogers to make like it's softball and don't leave the bag until the pitcher pitches.
Rogers on board with 2 out. And a 2-ball 1-strike pitch to Raines. That's well hit into right, but dive back to get it. Inning over. The only hit for the Yankees belongs to Kenny Rogers. He has to figure it out on the mound. Bottom of the 3rd inning, 4-0 Atlanta.
Tick, 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 tick. You look at cars all day long, tick, and then you see one. Tick. With exceptional styling, tick, tick, tick. Impressive V8 engine, and a really approachable interior. Tick,
tick, tick. And you just can't help but think, tick. Tick, 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 tick.
Hyperkeratosis? Symptom: persistent, itchy, flaky scalp. Solution: Neutrogena T-Gel. It works. Neutrogena T-Gel Shampoo. Recommended #1 by dermatologists.
Washington is selling our future to the special interests.
Don't waste your vote on someone who will sell you out.
Ross Perot is the only candidate who will work for our interest instead of the special interest.
Just vote for Ross. Because you own this country.
10 million patient years of information flow through United Healthcare. Information that has led to the most innovative health plans in the business. Plans that let you choose your own doctor, that help prevent problems before they start, that give you someone to talk to at 3 a.m. Plans that treat you not as somebody to manage, but as the manager of your own health. If you're choosing a health plan, remember this: the plan is only as good as the company behind it. United Healthcare.
Recently, an independent group of brewmasters and beer experts conducted a tasting of just about every major beer in the country. For 4 months, they sampled regular and ice beers for character, flavor, and overall quality. And in the end, the judges named one beer the best tasting beer in America, Old Milwaukee. So when you want the best tasting beer, now you know where to turn. Old Milwaukee.
The X-Files has been abducted and moved to a new night. The X-Files now on Sundays at 9, 8 Central.
Into the bottom of the third inning. Beautiful night in Atlanta. The Braves fans having fun out in front. 4-0 are the world champions. Tonight's overhead shots are courtesy of the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes, based in Pompano Beach, Florida. At the controls is Captain Richard Daniels from Burbank, California. Thanks for your help tonight. There is the women's gold medal softball team. Dot Richardson at the far end there. They were playing a little burnout before the game, weren't they?
They got out there with Mike Mordecai, and they were handcuffing him. So there's some great arms collected right there.
All right. Saw Mike try on that gold medal. Gave it back in a big hurry. Dot wanted it back.
I don't blame her. She should be very proud of that. They all should.
There's Chipper Jones, the number 3 hitter in the Atlanta lineup. Grounded out his first time with McGriff and Lopez to follow. So not only does Kenny Rogers have a rough and long second inning, he now deals with the heart of the lineup. And it's a 1-1 count on Jones. McGriff got it started with a leadoff home run. As Kenny Rogers fell behind 3-1, and that kicked off a 4-run, 3-hit rally. In the Braves' second. Little fly ball into center field. That's a hit. And Chipper Jones has his first knock of the night. That'll bring in Fred McGriff, who in the second inning took a 3-1 pitch from Kenny Rogers, and he lost it.
Fred likes to get those arms extended. Most left-handed power hitters, he likes the ball down and in, but if you get it up and out over that plate where he can stretch those long arms out, he'll drive the ball out of here to any part of the park.
That's why he stands so far away from the plate. He's got great reach.
Strike 1 to McGriff, who started this season absolutely red hot. Then tapered off.
Tremendous distance between Fred McGriff's feet and the inside corner of home plate, but he can cover that entire area.
Of McGriff's 28 home runs during the regular season, only 8 came after the All-Star break, but he has come alive in the postseason. He's driven in 16. That's a record. He has now hit 5 home runs, 2 in this World Series. Jones, a leadoff hit. That is a rocket foul. And Kenny Rogers is not fooling anyone. The Yankee bullpen is busy again.
Or you can hang some clothes on this line, can't you? Woo! That was some hemp right there. Players like to use that word, rope, hemp, things like that. That means the ball was hit very hard.
That is good news for Atlanta as they try to take a 3-1 lead in this 1996 World Series. McGriff is already homered. A check on Chipper Jones. Pretty close. Put back ahead of the tag. Rogers picked off 6 runners during the regular season.
Chipper looks like he gets caught in between here. Takes one little extra step to get back to the bag, but just does beat the throw.
Jones at first with nobody out. The 1-2 to McGriff. Up the middle, base hit. Jones will take the turn and head to third. And it's first and third, nobody out here in the third.
With the right-handers coming up, that's going to be all for Kenny Rogers.
Kenny Rogers gets the ball in Game 4. And as he has done in each round of the playoffs, he is gone. Can't get through 3.
I'm not everyone. I'm me. So when I decided to quit smoking, I did not choose that one-size-fits-all patch. I chose Nicorette gum. Nicorette has this flexible dosing schedule that helped me control my cravings. It let me use the strength I needed, the amount I needed, when I needed it. Nicorette was personal. It fit me. You know, me the non-smoker. Me.
Nicorette gum will help you quit smoking successfully by helping you control your cravings. You can do it. Nicorette can help.
It has finally arrived. Today is the day when you stop listening to the tales of other lives lived and begin the odyssey that will be your story. These are the days you will never forget. When you do things others only dream of doing. See things others will never know. And find the destiny to which you were born. All you need to bring with you is your honor, your courage, and your commitment. It's your journey. Make it a good one. Call 1-800-USA-NAVY. Let the journey begin.
Kenny Rogers started Game 4 of the division series, went 2 innings. Started Game 4 of the ALCS, went 3 innings. Starts Game 4 of the World Series. Can't get it out in the third, and it's first and third, nobody out for Javier Lopez as the right-hander Brian Boehringer takes over. The numbers for Boehringer, his 4th appearance of the postseason. He worked in Game 1. Hit high and deep into left center field. Both runners are tagging. Both runners trying to advance. Both are safe, and it's 5-0 Atlanta. Chipper Jones scores, and McGriff gets down to second.
Outstanding base running by Fred McGriff. Chipper Jones scoring easily, but McGriff went to second because of the way Bernie Williams caught the ball. Back on his heels. The left fielder, Tim Raines, has got to alert him that Fred McGriff is tagging. That way, he comes under the ball and preparing to throw the ball to second base instead of catching the ball back on his heels. But outstanding base running by McGriff.
It's 5-0 Atlanta. The batter now is Andrew Jones, and he takes ball one.
Gets another runner into scoring position without giving up another out. And as a base runner that plays right in front of you, you can see if that throw is going to beat you, and you can stop and get back to first base if necessary.
Runner at second, one out. Jones looks at a ball. It's 2-0. Boehringer pitched in game one. Went 3 innings and allowed 5 runs on 5 hits. Joe Torre has had to go to him again early here in game 4. There's a strike, and it's 2-1 on Andrew Jones.
2-0 slider for Brian Boehringer, not going to give in to Andrew Jones.
Jermaine Dye waits on deck. Strike 2 as it got away from Girardi. 2-2.
Generally speaking, if a pitcher is behind in the count and he hits with a breaking ball, it's good policy to finish it or to follow it up with a fastball. What that does, especially to a young hitter, it plants the thought of a breaking ball, and the fastball becomes, or appears to become, faster.
Girardi out to talk to Boehringer with a runner at second. Get the sign straight. Braves have given their starter Denny Nagel 5 runs with which to work. So far, Nagel has been outstanding. Runner at second, one out, and Andrew Jones strikes out looking. So 2 out with McGriff at second. We go to Jermaine Dye, and we'll tell you about next week. Fox NFL Sunday talks with former co-host Jimmy Johnson as he prepares for the biggest game as head coach of the Dolphins. Then it's exciting doubleheader action highlighted by the most talked about game of the season when Jimmy leads the Dolphins against his former team, the Cowboys. You won't want to miss Fox NFL Sunday beginning at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. It's the first strikeout of the night. Picked up by a Yankee pitcher. Now Jermaine Dye looks at ball one outside. Dye is 2 out of 10 in this World Series. Trying to drive home McGriff out in front a bit. 1 ball, 1 strike. Slicing down the right field line. Strawberry gives it a look. It's out of play for strike 2.
Again, the slider followed by the fastball. Once you plant the seed of the breaking ball, especially in a young hitter's mind, that's enough to make the next fastball or the next pitch appear to be faster than it really is, and Dye fouls it off down the right field line. Now he's in the hole.
Boehringer trying to keep it a 1-run inning. McGriff the runner at second with 2 out. Dye breaks his bat as he pops it up. Derek Jeter puts it away. The Braves get 1. It will be Jeter, Williams, and Fielder trying to get the Yankees back in the game. 5-0 Atlanta.
Academy Award-winning director Barry Levinson brings you the powerful saga of 4 friends reunited for the ultimate story of revenge.
You still sleep with the light on? What are you saying, Mike? Payback time.
Critics are calling Sleepers powerful, riveting, stunning, unforgettable. Hoffman and De Niro are Oscar-worthy. Sleepers, based on the controversial bestseller, rated R, now playing at a theater near you.
Some people long for the good old days, before there were hundreds of channels of television, before there was an internet to surf, before you could email someone on the other side of the world. Let me tell you something about the good old days. They were pretty dull. I want to see things I've never seen, hear things I've never heard, experience things I've never experienced. Otherwise, what's the point of being here?
Phillips Magnavox.
The Value Drive is on during Oldsmobile's Value Drive sales event. Exceptional quality and value. That's 88 by Oldsmobile. J.D. Power and Associates' best premium midsize car in initial quality. For a limited time, Oldsmobile is clearing out all remaining 96s. And with special factory-to-retailer incentives on new 97 models, you have an even greater opportunity to save. 88 by Oldsmobile. The time to buy is now. The Value Drive is on. See your Oldsmobile retailer today.
Would a man attack the peak of K2 if a remarkably soft pair of pants were placed there? Would a man tread the lip of a volcano for pants that were pure cotton yet wrinkle-free? Would a man brave the trackless Sahara for pants that were suitable for work and play? A man would, if he were a fool, because he could go to the store and say, yes, I'd like to try on the ultimate pant, new by Hager. Besides, your wife won't let you go to the Sahara anyway.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Love Hewitt.
And I'm Scott Wolf from Party of Five. We're not on tonight. We're watching the World Series just like you.
But Party of Five will be back 1 week from tonight.
Enjoy the game.
Chipper Jones tagged up and scored on the sacrifice fly hit by Lopez. Jimmy Williams, Fox Sounds of the game. Jimmy Williams, a third base coach for the Atlanta Braves, and that picked up by the microphone in the third base bag. It was a one-run third inning. There's Jimmy Williams. About as active a third base coach as there is in baseball. Always hopping around at third base. Very quick, very tough for opposing dugouts to steal signs the way he gives them.
A guy who succeeded Bobby Cox as manager of the Toronto Blue Jays in 1986.
Of course, it was Joe Torre who succeeded Bobby Cox here in Atlanta in 1982 and took the Atlanta Braves to the National League Championship Series, only to lose to St. Louis in a Cardinal sweep. Here's Derek Jeter. He looked at a ball, now another. It's 2-0. Jeter, Williams, and Fielder for the Yankees here in the fourth inning, with the Braves out in front by 5. Right guys coming up for New York to try to do something about this score. But Denny Nagel has been outstanding. 3-0 from Nagel. Jeter likely taking with a count of 3-0. Leading it off, he took a strike. 3-1.
Trailing by 5 runs in the fourth inning, trying to get base runners any way you can. Tie game or Yankees with the lead. Jeter probably gets the green light on that 3-0 pitch.
It's 3-1. And now a leadoff walk. First walk issued by Nagel tonight, and that's the way the fourth inning begins.
There are different reminders that hitters have when they come up to the plate. Bernie Williams, what he will do before each at bat, he'll draw a line toward the pitcher, right toward the center field position. There it is right there. And what that does, it reminds Bernie not to overstride and to stay back. He's got that wide stance, and it's just a reminder to tell him to stay back.
Does it from each side of the plate, batting right-handed against Nagel. A leadoff walk to Jeter. Now Williams, the double play ball. Blauser flips out. Lemke the relay, 6-4-3.
Mark Lemke, one of the best for years at turning double plays at second base. This one, he's got the luxury of delivering the ball to Fred McGriff and getting out of the way, but he hangs as tough as any second baseman in baseball. Comes off the back of the bag. Good strong throw to first.
Also saw him make that throw sidearm to make Jeter get down. That in itself is a protection device for a second baseman or shortstop.
Here's Fielder, 2 out, nobody on in the 4th inning. So a leadoff walk, that's erased. On 1 pitch to Bernie Williams, 6-4-3. Now 2 out, nobody on. Out in front of a changeup, 1-1.
Here's what Mark Lemke did on that play. Watch him step back and drop down, and Jeter had to get down when Lemke dropped down.
Get down, drop down, get down. Isn't that a KC and the Sunshine Band song?
2 out, nobody on, and now strike 2 on Fielder.
Probably talking about a second baseman pivoting in that song.
No,
right?
There's no doubt.
Right.
Fielder trying to get something started, but backed up at a ball and 2 strikes.
Cecil Fielder, a dead low ball hitter, looks for something down that he can golf. The idea is to come in above the hands, up and in.
Too high, 3-2.
And for a big man, he's got a lot of movement in that batter's box. He gets his body rocking back and forth, trying to get some timing going. We mentioned Nagel's funny delivery, the way his foot lands before his arm comes forward. Makes it very tough for a hitter with a lot of movement to get any kind of timing.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Foul. Denny Nagel is doing it again after a great effort in Game 4 of the National League Championship Series. 16-9 overall during the regular season. But in 6 starts with the Braves after being picked up in late August, he was 2-3. Trying to fit in with the other Atlanta Aces. 3-2 on Fielder and a 2-out walk. So 2 walks in the inning, but a double play sandwiched in between. And it's 1 on, 2 out for Charlie Hayes.
Come on, Charlie.
Charlie Hayes is trying to get it going. 105 during the postseason. 0 for 7 in the World Series, including a flyout to right his first time up. McGriff plays safely behind Fielder at first. And Hayes looks at a ball.
Well, Cecil was a perfect 2 for 2 in stolen bases this year.
That's right. First 2 in his major league career.
Talk about the element of surprise.
1 on, 2 out. A high strike to Hayes. It's 1-1.
Well, they don't pay Cecil to steal bases.
Cecil is on with a 2-out walk. And the 1-1 to Hayes, 2-1. Nagel really all night has fallen behind hitter after hitter after hitter. He's walked only 2 and allowed just 1 hit. That was to Kenny Rogers back in the 3rd. Two balls and a strike on Charlie Hayes. Now 3-1.
Well, and Nagel has started to nibble a little bit himself. Earlier in the ball game, he was being aggressive on both sides of the plate. We saw him throw some good hard fastballs inside to right-handed hitters. Now almost exclusively working the outside part of the plate.
Three balls and a strike, and now another walk. So 3 walks in the inning. The double play hurting the Yankees here in the 4th inning, and a visit from Leo Mazzoni for Denny Nagel.
Sure, this is just a reminder, don't get away what's been successful as you see Nagel go up and away. Outside with a change up on the corner, breaking ball outside. High and away. Away, 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 away. Talked about how important it is to be able to get that fastball on the inside part of the plate to make the change up more effective. And the other side of the coin is, if you throw that change up, it makes the fastball more effective. But when you don't come inside to the right-handed hitters and they can just look at the outside part of the plate, it loses the effectiveness of all your pitches.
Kenny Rogers can only sit and watch from here on out. He went 2 innings, allowed 5 runs on 5 hits, walked 2, struck out none. Denny Nagel, on the other hand, his pitch total way up. We're only in the 4th inning. And it's 2 on, 2 out.
Excuse me, Joe. The Yankees desperate for a big hit.
They asked for it from Darryl Strawberry. Strike 1 from Nagel. Strawberry has gone deep 3 times in the postseason. 1 out of 7 in the World Series.
You can hear in the background the chant that was started at Fenway Park in Boston 10 years ago during the World Series Game 3. Darryl, Darryl.
Way out in front, strike 2. Strawberry steps out. Three walks in the inning. Back-to-back walks to Fielder and Hayes. A threat for the Yankees here in the 4th. Just missed.
Another hard slider over the outside part of the plate, breaking away. Darryl able to check his swing.
1-2. Got it. Five to nothing Atlanta into the bottom of the 4th.
Hey, Jimmy, how's the leg? Leg's just fine. Doesn't look too good. No pain at all. The way you banged it up the other day? No problem. Doctor gave me Tylenol. Extra strength. Tylenol? For that kind of pain? Just watch me, son.
For the pain of traumatic injuries, Tylenol is recommended the most by doctors.
Hey, Brad. How's my leg?
Tylenol, the pain reliever hospitals use most.
Time. It fools you. You think you have all the time in the world, and then one morning you wake up and you're older and getting closer to retirement. But many Americans haven't saved enough to enjoy it. That's why there's Sun America. Ask your financial advisor about us today. Because it's not just your retirement, it's your future. Look to the sun. Sun America.
Someday, my office will have a window. Someday, my boss will be me. Someday, I will meet the man of my dreams. Guess not today.
The Chevy Camaro's 200 horsepower 3800 V6. Therapeutic, isn't it?
Presenting Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant. A clear, clean gel that goes on smoothly with no white residue. For powerful all-day protection, Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant.
Nearly half of all eligible Americans don't even bother to vote.
People like me, we're disgusted with politicians
selling out to special interests.
But this time, I'm not wasting my vote.
I'm voting for Ross because you own this country.
You're just 2 days away from the series People magazine calls the best new show of the year.
The 1,000 years is over!
Millennium series premiere Friday on Fox.
5-0 Atlanta into the bottom of the fourth inning. The Braves bat, providing tonight's shots from above is the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes. It was 1926 when the Goodyear Blimps began making appearances over major sporting events. Here they are in 1996, helping us cover the World Series. Our thanks to them. Bottom of the fourth inning. Braves bat, they lead by 5, and Blauser looks at ball one high. Blauser laid down the bunt on what started as a suicide squeeze. Kenny Rogers back in that second inning, fielded the ball, nobody covered, so it went for an RBI base hit. 1-1 from Bowringer.
If Kenny Rogers were to throw the ball to first, actually nobody was covering. Had either first baseman Cecil Fielder or Mariano Duncan been there, that's the second out of the inning. And then Nagel's not allowed to bunt the runners over. It's a 2-0 game at the time instead of a 4-0 game. There's a sacrifice. Go ahead, Bobby.
And the difference between 2-0 and 4-0 is amazing in the game of baseball. One guy on and somebody pops one, you got a tie ball game.
1-2 the count on Blauser, now 2-2. And against this Atlanta team with the kind of pitching they have, the way Nagel is throwing, he's allowed only one hit. 4-0 looks like 8-0. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Blauser, leading it off here in the fourth. Still 2-2. Last night the Yankees got the early lead. David Cohn gave New York 6 extremely strong innings. 1 run on 4 hits, and then that good New York bullpen took over. 3-2 now on Blauser leading off. Probably the last inning for Bowringer, due up third in the Yankee fifth. That's back and out of play. It'll stay 3-2. Tomorrow night is Game 5 of the 1996 World Series and the final game to be played here at Fulton County Stadium. Good pitching matchup, a repeat of Game 1. Andy Pettit and John Smoltz. Smoltz 9-1 in postseason play. Andy Pettit this season 2-1 and a loser in Game 1. 3-2 on Blauser. Bowringer rings him up. Threw it right by him, and for Bowringer, his second strikeout.
Bowringer showing a good fastball, basically a sinker slider pitcher, but occasionally he'll reach back and try to put a little extra on it. Looks like a 4-seam fastball that time. Threw it right by a pretty good fastball hitter.
Now Nagel, who swings the bat well, fouls one back for strike 1. Laid down a good bunt his first time up. He is 1 out of 2 this postseason. Had a single in Game 4 of the NLCS in St. Louis. 1-1.
Trying to be as fair with these comments as I can be, but Kenny Rogers starting the game tonight. And Kenny Rogers almost was not a Yankee. It was going to be Chuck Finley, who eventually signed with the California Angels, but George Steinbrenner overruled the manager Joe Torre and the general manager Bob Watson. He wanted to sign Kenny Rogers. Torre and Watson wanted to sign Chuck Finley. Chuck Finley, the fine left-hander with the California Angels. He was 14-15 this year. Now, in fairness, George Steinbrenner signed Doc Gooden. He signed Darryl Strawberry. But not signing Chuck Finley was a very big mistake for George Steinbrenner. And he's he's the one to blame for it.
Nagel strikes out, and that's 3 strikeouts for the right-hander Bullringer. There's a look at Doc Gooden. Talked about him in Game 1 and what he meant again to baseball in New York.
Doc pitching a no-hitter. Darryl Strawberry doing very well after hitting all those home runs at St. Paul. 18 in 29 games. Hit 11 for the Yankees. And George Steinbrenner should be given credit for those 2. But you can't duck the signing of Kenny Rogers in lieu of Chuck Finley.
2 out, nobody on for Grissom, and right at the shortstop Jeter. Bullringer has pitched very well. We have played 4 in Atlanta. Go to inning number 5. Yankees bat. They trail the Braves by 5.
There's a college team I practice with. Each one is out to prove that they can hit the Ryan Express. After a day of fastballs, it's Advil for me. Nothing has shown me that it works better or lasts longer than Advil. I love that sound.
Advanced medicine for pain.
Can MasterCard unite the world? Well, the world can't seem to agree on a single language or even a single philosophy, but we can all seem to agree on a single currency. Gold MasterCard, accepted at over 280,000 cash machines worldwide.
Hey, help me figure this out. Usually the more gizmos you want, the more money you gotta spend. Then there's a Chevrolet Cavalier. It gives you a lot of the same gizmos that make expensive cars easy to live with, for about half the price. If you forget to lock your doors, the Cavalier is still protected by a gizmo called the theft deterrent system. If you leave your dome light on, it turns it off. My house doesn't even do that. Get the car that's easy to own, a Cavalier. Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more Americans trust.
Jane's obsession with her ex-lover will drive her to...
You have to watch Melrose Place, Monday on Nonstop Fox.
Well, this is outstanding. It's now time for the fans to reveal the winner of the 1996 True Value Roberto Clemente Man of the Year Award. Let's go to PA announcer Marshall Mann.
Ladies and gentlemen, please hold your cards in place as our nationwide television audience is about to join us. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to reveal the winner of the 1996 True Value Roberto Clemente Man of the Year. Once again, count down with me. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Flip your cards.
You can read in the top ring of the stadium, a shot from the blimp. It's Kirby Puckett. And congratulations to Kirby Puckett, who retired this year with the eye problem. He is the 1996 True Value Man of the Year.
Wow, what a show, huh? Beautiful.
Great coordination here at Fulton County Stadium, and Kirby Puckett. What a year it's been for Kirby Puckett and the Minnesota Twins, having to wave goodbye to one of the greatest players in this modern era.
Well, the only problem with holding those cards is people didn't get a chance to clap. And they know everybody in this stadium would love to show their appreciation to Kirby Puckett.
Congratulations, Kirby Puckett. Mentioned earlier some of the past winners. Ozzie Smith last year, Dave Winfield in '94, Cal Ripken got it in '92. Game 6, October 26 against the Atlanta Braves. Charlie Leibrandt will see you tomorrow night.
That was Jack Buck's call on that 3-0 pitch. And then the Minnesota Twins went on to beat the Braves in 7 games on a single by Gene Larkin in the bottom of the 10th inning. Jack Morris going all the way for the Twins.
All 10.
Yeah.
We're now in the 5th inning here in Atlanta. 5-0. The Braves out in front. Denny Nagel back to work, and Mariano Duncan, first pitch swinging, grounds to Chipper Jones, 1 out.
That's redundant, saying Mariano Duncan first pitch swinging. I don't think he's seen more than 2 pitches in any at bat in this series. Chipper Jones playing in to protect against the bunt. Smothers that ball, knows he has time. Good strong throw.
So one away here in the 5th inning. Girardi will stand in. And then the Yankees will go to their bench and pinch hit for Bollringer. Strike one on Girardi, who is 0 for 6 in the World Series. There's Luis Sojo. Successful last night in his only at bat with an RBI single. There's David Weathers getting ready to come in and pitch in the bottom of this 5th inning. Girardi up there hacking, strike two. Joe Girardi grounded out to third his first time up. Count goes to 1-2. Crowd here at Fulton County Stadium followed a paper airplane that made its way from the upper deck all the way down, and Denny Nagel had to step off the mound. He had no idea what was going on.
That could establish a dangerous precedent. That was made out of one of the cards that they used in the salute to Kirby Puckett, and we know there are about 50,000 of those cards in this ballpark.
Could get ugly.
The interesting thing is that tomorrow, before the game, Denny Nagel will probably have the sound of the plane landing. He is amazing with sounds.
1-2 the count. Girardi reaching for it. Nagel a good player. 2 out.
Well, he does trains. Might as well do planes too, right?
Next will be automobiles. 2 out, nobody on here in the 5th inning as Girardi is 0 for 2, and Sojo will come off the bench and hit for the Yankees.
Well, we've said it so many times it's almost getting repetitive, but these Braves pitchers, Denny Nagel included, do everything necessary to give themselves an opportunity to win a ball game, and fielding his position well is one of those things.
Great work by Brian Bollringer. 2 shutout innings with 3 strikeouts. No hits allowed. Here's Sojo with 2 out, nobody on, facing Nagel and looking at strike one. Had a hit here last night. Drove in a run. The final run of a 3-run 8th inning for the Yankees in their 5-2 win. Strike two. Nagel working on a perfect 5th inning. He's allowed only 1 hit. He's walked 3. Top of the order will follow, but will it be here in the 5th or in the 6th? Tim Raines on deck. Into center field, and Sojo 2 out of 3 in the World Series. And he keeps the 5th inning alive for Raines.
Luis Sojo had that big hit for the Yankees last night off Brad Klontz. An RBI single to right field. Looked like a changeup from Denny Nagel, and it went out like it came in, slowly. Players would say, he hit it like you threw it.
Well, the number 9 spot for the Yankees has produced the only 2 hits tonight for New York. Kenny Rogers a single back in the 3rd. Now Sojo gets a hit in the 5th. And the inning continues for Raines. That's into right center field. Grissom going back. At the track, he's there. Inning over. Grissom can go get him with the best of them. Tim Raines hit it deep. Grissom was waiting for it. Halfway through it, 5-0 Atlanta.
Jack. Hey. Get your own beer.
Since 1873, original Coors in the yellow can.
So I hear Ray got a new pickup. What?
On Saturdays, your customers can receive 2-day packages from FedEx. Cost? An extra $10.
On Saturdays, your customers can receive 2 to 3-day priority mail packages from the U.S. Postal Service. Cost? $3, and there's no extra charge.
On Saturdays, your customers cannot receive 2-day packages from UPS. Sorry.
So, what's your priority? Priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service. Last year, more than 6 million people got into a Chevy truck. This year, it'll be even easier. Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Thomas Aiden Church from Ned and Stacy. You're watching the World Series on Fox.
And now, a baseball moment from The Simpsons.
Cal Ripken Jr. He played over 2,300 games and never missed a day. My hero.
Aren't you supposed to be at work?
I called in sick.
Fox Sports coverage of Major League Baseball's World Series is brought to you by Philips Magnavox, bringing the power of the internet to your own television. By Tylenol, the pain reliever hospitals use most. By Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And by Original Coors, pure and simple, the last real beer.
What a night here in Atlanta. This city is alive, and it's been a fun run here in Atlanta for Fox Sports. Through the division series with the Dodgers, through the NLCS with the Cardinals, and here for the World Series with the Yankees. One more to go tomorrow night. David Weathers takes over for the Yankees here in the 5th inning with the Braves out in front by 5.
Some great work by Brian Boehringer to keep his team in the ball game and give his offense a chance to get back in the game. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do that, but now it's up to David Weathers to put zeros on the board.
There's Lemke, the number 2 hitter, with Jones and McGriff to follow. Yankees won here last night 5-2, meaning they had won all 6 postseason road games. That streak is in jeopardy here tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike from Weathers.
Couldn't help but think of that gorgeous shot of downtown Atlanta and how that this marvelous city has hosted so many champions this year. Trying to host another one if the Braves can win it. But you think of all the Olympians that have trekked through this great city during this summer. And after tomorrow night's game, this stadium will be torn down and the Braves will have a new home next year.
A home that was home for the 1996 Summer Olympic Games. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Lemke. That'll get out of play.
It is remarkable when you think that last year was the first year that Atlanta ever had, as you look at Atlanta's home for next year. That'll be the Braves' home next year right there. They're tearing down these stands right there. But when you consider the fact that last year was the first time that Atlanta ever won a world championship of any kind in any sport.
Lemke strikes out to start the 5th inning. Good start for David Weathers. It's been a good start for the X-Files already, and Friday it's the most anticipated new series of the season. People magazine calling it far and away the best new show of the year. Got to check it out. From the creator of the X-Files comes Millennium, premiering Friday after a classic episode of the X-Files here on Fox. 1 out, nobody on for Chipper Jones. Ball 1 from Weathers. The banner for that 1995 World Championship. And the banner commemorating the home run hit by Henry Aaron. Chipper Jones at the plate, 1 out of 2 tonight. Led off the 3rd inning with a single and came home on the sac fly by Javi Lopez. 3-0. David Weathers started this season in Florida. Florida Marlin did not fare well.
Really finished the year strong out of the bullpen for the Yankees. Borderline pitch, didn't get it, and a one-out walk.
Weather's much like Brian Boehringer, a sinker slider pitcher, mostly power stuff. Will throw an occasional changeup. Sinker down low out of the zone to Chipper Jones. Changeup down low. Sinker that got away from him. Got the called strike on 3-0, but can't get the corner with the sinker on the 3-1 pitch.
So the one-out walk, and here comes McGriff. He's already singled and homered. And he takes ball one.
May sound like a simple thing to baseball fans, but a sinker has to be low in order to sink. A high sinker, catchers rarely catch them. They have a tendency to straighten out. You never caught too many high sinkers, did you, Bob?
Now they've called a balk. And David Weathers can't believe it. And neither can Joe Torre, who will come out to argue. And by the rules, if you argue a balk, you're supposed to be bounced out of a game. Joe Torre is going to get the explanation, and we'll give you a look.
Once that pitcher starts any kind of movement, if he wants to stop, he's got to step off with the foot that's in contact with the rubber. Weathers is saying, I never moved. And then he said something else.
He was awful quick to the plate there. Moved his arm just a little. And because of the balk, now you see Joe Torre, they will intentionally walk McGriff. So the balk does one thing, takes the bat out of the hands of Fred McGriff here in the fifth.
Yeah, but it puts the bat in the hands of Javier Lopez, who had 13 hits in the National League Championship Series, the most by any catcher ever in any series in postseason play.
And we just mentioned that Weathers is a sinker ball pitcher. Lopez a great low ball hitter.
So the intentional walk, and McGriff is on base for the third time tonight, and it's 2 on 1 out for Javi Lopez.
Red hot across the bottom. That doesn't necessarily mean he can't handle pitches in the other zones, but if he had his druthers and had to put the ball on a tee, it would be down low around the knees.
So Lopez has a chance to bust this game wide open. 5-0 Atlanta. Bottom of the fifth inning. And it's 2 on with 1 out for Lopez, who tonight has driven home a run with a sac fly, walked and scored. Ball one.
Oh, you might ask yourself, well, you've got a low ball hitter up there. You've got a low ball pitcher on the mound. Well, what does the pitcher do? Does he throw high sinkers? No. Remember, we talked about that. You don't throw high sinkers because they straighten out. So what this at bat really is the sinker of David Weathers against the low ball prowess of Javier Lopez.
1-0 the count. One after it, 1-1. Chipper Jones drew a 1-out walk, then the intentional walk after the balk to McGriff. Talked to Joe Torre before the game. He said, after last night's win, I'm finally starting to enjoy this. He cannot be enjoying game 4.
Well, both managers had a chance to push some buttons in that ball game last night, as opposed to the first 2 games of the series.
2 on, 1 out. Borderline pitch. Weathers does not get the call. It's 2-1. Weathers has to come to Lopez. Went after another low delivery, 2-2.
Well, one way to go after a low ball hitter is throw it lower than low. Throw it well below the knees. You know he likes the ball down there. Throw it just a little bit lower than he can handle. That's what Weathers did right there.
Be like Garth Brooks, who has friends in low places.
2 balls, 2 strikes. A strikeout, 2 walks in the inning. Got it. 2 out.
That was very interesting. Low to get ahead, and then even the count. He'd go out of the zone with the breaking ball. That's a show-me pitch, and then he fouls the ball off. Now he misses with a sinker out of the zone, and he brings it up on the hands, and Lopez knew it. Fine job by David Weathers.
So 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, and it's 2 on, 2 out for Andrew Jones. Jones has walked and scored a run, and he struck out. Out in front. First pitch swinging, something Andrew Jones has not done a lot of in this series. Runner at second is Chipper Jones. On at first, McGriff. Braves already out in front by 5 here in the 5th. One and one from Weathers.
Andrew Jones at 19 years old from Willemstad, Curacao. Curacao, an island of about 170,000 people. And the Braves signed him for $46,000. He was at a tryout camp, and they put him in a 60-yard dash, and he ran the dash against his 46-year-old father, and he beat him by 1.5 yards. Think about that. Talk about runs well for a catcher. His dad runs well for a 46-year-old.
That's the way it's going now with international scouting.
Yeah, right.
Not only do ball clubs have scouts looking for talent, agents now have scouts looking for talent. 2 on with 2 out, 1 ball, 1 strike. There's another strike from Weathers. It's 1-2.
Except hopefully our agents.
You have to go to that international market to get players who are not in line for the draft. 2 on, 2 out, 1-2 the count. Now 2-2. First year of the draft was 1966. Before then, it was totally free.
Used to be a January and a June draft. The January draft was dropped in 1986. Now there's only a June draft.
2-2 pitch, and we'll do it again. Jermaine Dye waits on deck. Andrew Jones trying to add to the Atlanta 5-0 5th inning lead.
Well, if there was ever an organization that proved the value of a good scouting system, it would have to be the Atlanta Braves. They just seem to be coming up with good young talent through their system every year.
And this guy's the best of them right here.
Full count. David Weathers trying to get around. 2 walks and a balk in this inning. Runners will go with a 3-2 pitch. To third, Hayes can't make the play. Here comes Chipper Jones. Fred McGriff heads for third. Jones scores, and it's 6-0 Atlanta.
Looked like a slider that stayed in the middle of the plate from David Weathers. 6th RBI of the series for Andrew Jones. And his 3rd extra base hit.
Charlie Hayes playing very shallow at third base. Normally you would play a lot deeper than that.
That's right.
But with the runners on the move on the 3-2 count and Jones' speed at the plate, I think he had to make a concession there and play a little shallower than he normally would and not able to come up with that hard hit ball.
So the Braves add to their lead, and now Jermaine Dye has second and third, 2 out. 6-0 Braves here in the 5th. In on the hands for strike 1. Dye tonight 0 for 2. He's flying to right. He's popped out to short. 2 out of 11 in this series. Runners at second and third, 2 out. Hard hit, high hop, very good play by Derek Jeter. The Braves strand 2, they score 1, and after 5 in game number 4, they lead the Yankees by 6.
Chevy Blazer, the only sport utility vehicle with a driver control system. It's nice to know it's there.
Remember when phone calls were simple? Well, AT&T's making them simple again. Calls from home are one low rate all the time.
Are you saying one rate all the time?
Yeah.
This is from AT&T?
Yeah, it's 15 cents a minute, no restrictions. To anybody, anywhere, anytime.
Daytime?
All the time.
After my nap?
Anytime.
To anybody?
Everybody in America at any time.
953.
Why is this so hard to understand?
No restrictions, no games. The AT&T one-rate plan.
10 minutes and we're out of here.
Hi, Ralph. It's that pipe again. Will it take long?
Nah, only...
Oh, DirecTV.
A couple hours.
Well, lock up when you leave.
Sure.
DirecTV. Over 175 channels, digital picture and sound. It's satellite TV at its best.
Wow, does this blow cable away?
Comfy?
For the choice of movies, cable, and sports packages you can't get anywhere else, it's gotta be DirecTV.
I've cut it 3 times a week, but never too low. I've watered it, I've fed it, I've talked to it. Careers will be made on it. It does not fear the occasional weed or the suicide squeeze. They will spit on it, but they will wear it home. This is my yard, and you can play on it if you're good enough.
True Value, a proud sponsor of Major League Baseball and yards everywhere.
In just 2 days,
You can't stop it.
the wait will finally be over.
The killer, he's got more bodies.
Millennium Series premiere Friday on Fox.
We're into the 6th inning and a gorgeous night in Atlanta. The Braves are out in front by 6 as we move into inning number 6. There's tomorrow night's starter, Andy Pettitte, who during the regular season was 13-3 after a Yankee loss. And they may be turning to Andy Pettitte tomorrow night here in Atlanta to get this series back to New York. Atlanta leading 6-0 and 2-1 here in game 4. Both pitchers will be going on 3 days rest because of the rain out. No travel day. As Jeter pops it up. Right side, tough play, and nobody will get there.
Right field umpire got in the way. I think the right field umpire, Tim Welke, who's got to stand his ground in case the ball is fair or in case it's a close play. And Jermaine Dye running after the ball right there. There's the umpire, even makes contact. Ought to throw a flag on that. That was clipping. There it is right there. Tim Welke looking up. But you know, the interesting thing, he wasn't on the line. He's got to be on the line or get out of the way, seems to me.
Welke was the only one in position to catch that ball.
Didn't have a glove. I think he was more concerned with staying out of the way of Fred McGriff and Mark Lemke and didn't realize that Jermaine Dye was coming in right behind him.
Derek Jeter, a count of 1-2. No error ruled on the play. Jeter pops it foul, and that will get out of play. One final thought about tomorrow night's starters. Remember, Andy Pettitte in game 1 lasted only 2 1/3 innings. So while he's going on 3 days rest tomorrow night, he ought to be ready to go, whereas John Smoltz went 6 and was around the 100 pitch mark when he left after allowing a run on 2 hits. 1-2 on Jeter, and that's a little flare into right. Trouble. A leadoff base hit. So Jeter is on to start the 6th inning. You know, they're young, they're funny, and they're living single. Find out why these 6 people are making Thursday one of the most outrageous nights on television. Living Single returns on Halloween night with a brand new episode right here on Non-Stop Fox. There's Kim Fields Freeman, star of Living Single, although people in my generation will remember Kim as the lovable Tootie on The Facts of Life. One on with nobody out. Here's Bernie Williams. Ball 1. Williams 0 for 2 tonight, grounded into a double play his last time up.
Who could forget Tootie?
I couldn't. Nagel gives up only his 3rd hit of the night. Belongs to Jeter, and it's now 2-0 on Bernie Williams. The crowd here in Fulton County starting to moan and groan now, getting a little restless.
If Denny Nagel does get into trouble, it'll be very interesting to see who Bobby Cox gets up in the bullpen. Greg McMichael had a tough time last night. He's had a tough time in postseason.
Williams could not hold his swing. It's ruled a strike, and it's 2-1.
Bernie Williams standing closer to the plate than he normally does from the right side.
2-1. You wonder if they're ever going to go back to Steve Avery out of that Atlanta bullpen.
Right.
He is the lost man out of the bullpen for Bobby Cox. Now 3-1. Steve Avery has had such limited work in the postseason that you wonder if Bobby Cox and Leo Mazzoni would be comfortable going to him after he had the injury toward the end of the season with the rib cage problem and so ineffective at the end of the regular season.
I guess Mike Bielecki or Brad Klontz would be the alternative right-handers if Bobby Cox doesn't go to Greg McMichael or Steve Avery, the left-hander.
Terrell Wade, another left-hander in the bullpen, is normally saved for later in the ball game, specific matchups.
3-1 on Williams, and now a walk. So a hit and a walk, and the Yankees trying to rally here in the 6th inning.
I would think the bullpen would be getting up right now, and sure enough, Bobby Cox talking to Leo Mazzoni. Mazzoni on the horn. And we'll see.
Avery has made only 2 appearances. Very limited work in this postseason. You see Bielecki take his jacket off and Terrell Wade take his jacket off. Two on here with nobody out. The best start to any inning for the Yankees tonight. Fielder could cut the lead in half. He takes a strike.
You know, you mentioned Bernie Williams had moved up closer to the plate tonight. Charlie Hayes and Joe Girardi did it in last night's game against Tom Glavine. Some of the other Yankee hitters taking a hint. It doesn't take long to figure out that these Braves pitchers are not going to come inside for strikes very often.
The only guy who'll do it's John Smoltz on a consistent basis.
Now 0-2 on Fielder. Coming up in the 9th inning, Tim Bob and I will award tonight's Chevrolet Player of the Game. Chambliss, the hitting instructor for Joe Torre with the Yankees. Fielder set up at 0-2, and time called as another airplane made out of those signs finds its way onto the field. Normally you just forget it, but those things are so darn big. Got to call time and go get it off the field. A hit and a walk to start the 6th inning. And an 0-2 count on Cecil Fielder. 1-2.
Nagel comes up and in, but not for a strike. Very rarely will come inside where he can be hurt.
Now 2-2. So up and in, and then something off speed in the dirt, and Fielder wouldn't chase it. And now a 2-ball, 2-strike count, and Fielder has the advantage. Nagel has to come right at him with 2 on, nobody out. Into right field, base hit. It gets past Don. Here comes Jeter. He'll score. Headed to third is Bernie Williams. They bring him around. They miss the initial cutoff man. Williams is safe, and it's a 4-run game. Willie Randolph very aggressive over at third base in the coaching box. And once the Braves missed Lemke, the cutoff man, Williams scored without a play.
Nice piece of hitting by Fred McGriff. Takes the outside pitch the opposite way. Jermaine Dye initially, I think, thought he had a chance to shoestring that ball, but takes a funny hop off the wet turf, gets by him. Willie Randolph being very aggressive at third base, waving Bernie Williams.
Bernie had a good jump on that ball, and I think that's why Randolph waved him home. Got to be sure with nobody out, and he was.
Now it's Fielder at second with nobody out. It's a single E9, 1 RBI, and Charlie Hayes, who started this season in Pittsburgh with Denny Nagel. Now the two oppose each other in the World Series. Fouls away, strike 1.
And this whole inning, I say this whole inning, nobody out yet. 1 on, nobody out. It started when Jermaine Dye ran into right field umpire Tim Welke trying to catch that foul ball.
Then the blue pit by Jeter. The walk, the hit. Now another into right center field to shoot the gap. In to score is Fielder. On at first is Hayes, and it's a 6-3 game. The first World Series hit for Charlie Hayes comes at a perfect time for the Yankees here in the 6th.
A very similar approach here by Charlie Hayes that Cecil Fielder used. Reach out and shoot that ball into right field. Take what Nagel gives. Hayes a very good opposite field hitter throughout his career.
3 runs home, 3 hits and a walk. A key error. Nagel out. To the bullpen goes Atlanta.
What an extraordinary time to be a child. Now that we can surf the internet through our TVs, the world is literally at their fingertips. Children are our future. The better we make the world for them, the better we make the world for us.
Web TV from Philips Magnavox. The power of the internet now on your own television.
Australia's Great Barrier Reef. You don't need fins to swim under it. You don't need wings to fly over it. You don't need 4 legs to run through it. But you just might need to bring this. Because Reef Watch Air Tours, Wild Track Jeep Safaris, and Pro Sail Schooners will take you on the ride of your life. If they won't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Very bad dog. Bad, bad dog. Very bad dog.
marches on. And if you haven't planned for your retirement, you're losing ground. If you're like most Americans, you probably haven't saved enough, long enough, to retire on solid ground. That's why there's Sun America. Ask your financial advisor about Sun America today. Because the only thing that goes faster than money is time. Look to the sun. Sun America.
Game 5 is tomorrow night, the final game ever at Fulton County Stadium, and a good pitching matchup, a rematch of Game 1, Pettit and Smoltz. Right now, the Braves leading 2-1 and 6-3. Strawberry, why not?
Why not is right.
Up there to bunt against Terrell Wade with the left side of the infield wide open.
If he bunts it hard enough, he could get a double.
Terrell Wade takes over. He appeared in Game 1 back in New York. Only 2/3 of an inning.
Do it again.
Yankees need base runners. 0-1 the count. 0-2 the count as Terrell Wade comes in firing strikes.
Well, unlike the other lefty pitchers on the Braves staff, Terrell Wade is a power pitcher. He throws a four-seam fastball, very little movement on it. Good hard slider.
Strawberry steps out. The Yankees have never overcome a 6-run deficit in their postseason history. Trying to do it here tonight, and a 3-run 6th inning has helped get him back into the game. 3 runs home. Hayes on at first. Nobody out. 0-2 to Strawberry. Just missed the outside corner.
That hard slider from Terrell Wade starts it up just a little bit too high in the zone and off the outside corner.
And again, just as Wade comes set, it's almost like a timeout in football trying to ice the place kicker. Strawberry steps out and makes Wade step off and gather his thoughts again. Darryl Strawberry has been charged with 2 timeouts. 1 on, nobody out. And a 2-2 count.
Now with Darryl Strawberry's curl, the curl of the bat in his stance, and Terrell Wade throwing that hard, it is unlikely, unless the ball's down and in, that Strawberry will pull the ball.
1 on, nobody out, and from 0-2 to 3-2. All these pitches on our radar gun have registered 90 or better. And it's a 3-ball, 2-strike count on Strawberry. The walk puts 2 on with nobody out. Second walk of the inning, and the Yankees have something cooking here in the 6th.
I would imagine Wade was brought in to pitch to one hitter. He missed on some very close pitches. I think Bobby Cox giving his right-hander a chance to warm up. Even though Steve Avery is warming up now as we speak, and Avery very effective against right-handed batters.
You would expect to see Bilecki come in here with Mariano Duncan coming to the plate. So the second pitching change of the inning. Wade jumped out in front, 0-2 to Strawberry. He walked him. 2 on, nobody out for the Yankees, down by 3.
Hey, Max, glad I caught you. You know what I just discovered at Pizza Hut? The perfect pizza. Not too thick, not too thin. Just like, pizzeria pizza. Freshly baked every day. And here's the kicker. A ring of cheese baked right into the crust. Imagine.
Why are you telling me? I'm a dog.
I'm telling everyone.
Discover Pizzeria's Stuffed Crust Pizza. Now we've got your pizza.
And the best part, Max, a large is only $8.99. Great, huh?
It's a trip. It's an experience unlike any other. It's the ultimate in movies and entertainment. And it's only on the 18-inch digital satellite system. This is U.S. satellite broadcasting. You can see everything from here.
Hey, we should use this song in the movie.
What movie? This is a movie me and Lil did, we're playing cops.
Renegade cops, loose cannons.
What part of the word undercover do you clowns not understand?
But Sarge, it was a setup. As soon as the game ended, everything went crazy.
It was Penny's fault. I was just discussing a community watch
I'm taking
program.
you both off the case immediately. Get your feet off the desk.
It's called double action, and it's gonna be real cool. Sounds cool.
The Academy don't recognize this. We got a problem.
It's the middle of the night. She woke up with heartburn. She should take Zantac 75. The medicine in here was prescribed by doctors over the last 5 years, more than all other medicines of its kind combined. Just one Zantac 75 relieves nighttime heartburn. So take one of these and call me in the morning.
Zantac 75, the final word in acid relief.
That's the right mix in 1996 for the Yankees, with Bob Watson, the GM, on the right. Joe Torre on the left. The two have had quite a ride through 1996. Here they are in the World Series. Game 4, trailing 2-1. They trail 6-0 coming into this 6th inning. They've scored 3 runs, have 2 on, nobody out. In case you're wondering, as Bilecki takes over, Aldretti, Boggs, Fox, Martinez, and O'Neill left, along with Leyritz on the bench for the Yankees. Right now, it's Mariano Duncan with 2 on, nobody out. Tying run at the plate for New York here in the 6th inning. Bilecki, a high strike.
Bilecki in the postseason, pitched in 5 ball games, 4 2/3 innings, 8 strikeouts, an unusually high number for him, not normally a strikeout pitcher.
2 on with nobody out. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count on Duncan. The crowd thought Mariano went around. Larry Young did not.
On the high fastball from Bilecki, certainly seemed like that bat was out in front of home plate.
Looked like he went. Instead of 0-2, it's 1-1. Over the outside corner, a perfect pitch from Bilecki, strike 2.
Right there. Fastball.
Now Duncan in the hole at a ball and 2 strikes. 2 on, nobody out. Yankees trailing by 3. Wouldn't chase. 2-2. Rather patient at bat here for Mariano Duncan. Now it's Brad Klontz and Steve Avery getting ready for the Braves out in their bullpen. During 1996, outstanding with runners in scoring position. He has 2 on, nobody out. Bilecki gets him for the first out here in the 6th. Paul O'Neill getting ready over on the dugout bench. And they may lift Girardi right here as Bilecki just blew it right past Duncan.
Well, control more than movement or finesse right there. Just a rare back 4-seam fastball over the outside corner. Bilecki will sink his fastball from time to time. He's got a curve, a slider, and a change, but this is just good old-fashioned country hardball here.
So Duncan strikes out, does not advance the runners, which is a key to that at bat. The runners still at first and second, 1 out. Paul O'Neill will come off the bench and hit for Girardi. And we'll see if the Braves go to Steve Avery.
Well, I think because of the way Mike Bilecki is throwing, that Bobby Cox may indeed stay with him. A lot of times you forget about the percentages and you go with the guy who's throwing the ball hard. And he was throwing the ball hard to Mariano Duncan. I mean, here's a guy, Mike Bialecki, who in spring training was going to quit baseball. And then his buddy, Kent Merker, the left-handed pitcher who was then with the Baltimore Orioles, he gave him a call and he said, why are you going to quit? So Mike said, well, you know, you got a point. So he shows up in the Brave spring training. After all, this is his third time around with the Braves, and they were so impressed they signed him to a minor league contract, and he made the club, and here he is in the World Series. Great story.
He struck out Duncan. He has 2 on, 1 out, and Paul O'Neill off the bench to face Bialecki. Low for ball 1. Right now, Bialecki and Wohlers, by far the 2 most dependable out of the Atlanta bullpen for Bobby Cox.
Right.
A .338 hitter against right-handed pitching is Paul O'Neill, batting for Girardi. That's foul for strike 1. Girardi 0 for 7 in the World Series is lifted for O'Neill. With a pitcher's spot due up next, barring a double play, Tino Martinez comes into the on-deck circle. He'll hit for Weathers. Two on, 1 out, and a 1-ball, 1-strike pitch to O'Neill. Strike 2. Wanting Lopez to go through the signs one more time.
I think that may be location. I think he wanted the pitch, but he didn't want the location. And if that's indeed the pitch, it's got to be a fastball, because that's the only pitch you locate. Unless you're thinking about a backdoor breaking ball, and there is no way they're going to throw that now, especially the way Bialecki's throwing.
Leo Mazzoni, the pitching coach, a deep breath, and he starts rocking again. The Yankees have their chance here in the 6th inning. They've scored 3. They have 2 on, 1 out. 2-2 on O'Neill. Charlie Hayes, a big hit in this inning, a walk to Strawberry. Then Bialecki came in to strike out Mariano Duncan.
Yeah, key player in this mix is Darryl Strawberry at first base. Has got to get a jump and break up a double play.
That's out of play. And you're right about Bialecki pumping it up. Leo Mazzoni told us the other day he may get to 90. Bialecki on that last pitch, 91.
O'Neill grounded into 21 double plays on the season. Fred McGriff playing way behind Strawberry at first base. He's really got to work to get a good lead and try to beat that force at second.
2-2 on O'Neill. Got it.
Left-handers on the Braves, not the only ones that stay away. Watch Bialecki's pattern. After he gets ahead, away, fouled off, away, fouled off, struck him out, and Paul O'Neill knew it.
So Bialecki comes in and shuts the door on the first 2 hitters he faces. Strikes out Duncan, strikes out O'Neill. 2/3 of the way there. He'll now deal with Tino Martinez. 2 on, 2 out. Ball 1.
Tell you, so far, Joe, the heat he has been serving up has warmed this crowd here in Atlanta. All fastballs.
Tino Martinez looking for his first run driven in the 1996 postseason. It's foul, 1-1.
Malecki finally goes to the split-fingered fastball after pumping one fastball after another. Gets Tino Martinez to chase a split finger and ground it to the right side, foul. Should be able to see the tumbling rotation on this ball as the bottom falls out. Martinez just barely catches the top part of the ball.
Two on, two out. Right through it, strike two. Tino Martinez drove home 117 runs during the regular season. His first year as a Yankee. Set up here at a ball and 2 strikes.
Why do I rent from Enterprise? Very simple. No stress.
We'll be happy to
They arrange to pick me up free, so I don't have to ask anyone for a ride. See? No stress.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Hyperkeratosis? Symptom: persistent, itchy, flaky scalp. Solution: Neutrogena T-Gel. It works. Neutrogena T-Gel Shampoo. Recommended #1 by dermatologists.
Give me a beer. Well, let's see. We got Sycamore Smith Ale, Pale Ale Dark, Pale Ale Light, Wapner's Lager, Wapner's Wheat, Honey Wheat, Light Wheat, Weedy Wheat, Hamburg Light, Dark, Amber Light.
Just give me a course. Since 1873, original Coors, pure and simple.
Why'd you come back?
The Chevy S10 Sports Side. The coolest thing to come on the back of a truck since the Nutty Buddy.
The X-Files on its new night, Sunday at 9, 8 Central.
Major League Baseball presents the Ultimate Series Souvenir, the official 1996 World Series video. All the drama of the 1996 World Series, plus exclusive interviews are showcased in this remarkable video. To order the 96 World Series video for $19.95 plus $4.95 shipping, use your credit card and call 1-800-787-6227. 1-800-787-6227. A message from Major League Baseball.
Yankees are back in the game, but they stranded 2 in their 3-run 6th inning, and they've left 6. From high above, our shots are from the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes. Again, our thanks to Captain Richard Daniels from Burbank, California, and his crew for the many spectacular shots during tonight's telecast. The Atlanta Braves have to be thrilled that Mike Malecki rolled up on his Harley this spring. He just rolled right through the Yankees in the top of this 6th inning.
Motored right on by those left-handers.
Got Duncan, then he got the lefties O'Neill, and Tino Martinez. 3 strikeouts in a row to keep it a 3-run game, and now it's Jeff Nelson on for the Yankees. Takes over for David Weathers. Facing Blauser, 1 ball, 1 strike. Leyritz takes over behind the plate.
Joe, Bob and I were talking between innings, and we both agreed that Mike Bilecki has never thrown that hard in his life. We've seen him a lot of years.
Picked a good time to crank it up.
Man,
it's amazing what little World Series adrenaline will do for that fastball.
Right. Little giddy up.
In fact, he threw so well. Right now, he's in the on-deck circle. He may hit here in the 6th inning. Blauser strikes out. Nelson makes quick and easy work of the Atlanta shortstop.
Nelson with the herky-jerky sidearm delivery and throws a slider. You can see the rotation on that ball breaking right off of Blauser's right shoulder across the heart of the plate.
A semi-standing O for Mike Bilecki as he climbs into the batter's box.
More like a standing U almost.
Bilecki had 1 hit during the regular season. Nelson lost his footing on that pitch. Ball 1. Pretty good swing. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Yankees in the 7th inning will have the top of their lineup. Range, Jeter, and Williams. It's obvious that Bilecki will trot back out and start the 7th. Range will try to get it going. Bilecki took a ball. It's 2-1 as Nelson wanted that pitch, didn't get it.
Well, you can see the little hesitation by Jim Leyritz before he threw the ball back to Nelson. They both thought that was a good pitch.
2-1 on Bilecki. 3-1 from Nelson.
Should take a pitch right here.
Yep.
Guy at the plate that's not really adept at swinging the bat. Force that pitcher to throw at least 2 more pitches.
Full count. Chase ball 4. Pitch ran up and in, and back-to-back strikeouts to start the inning.
Definitely ball 4. Sinker that got up. Bilecki with no chance to hit that pitch.
And you know what? It doesn't matter to Bobby Cox.
Or to Bilecki.
No.
He just wanted to get out of there without getting hurt.
You think about what Bobby Cox did. I mean, how many managers would have taken the bait? Joe Torre sends up Paul O'Neill, the left-handed batter. Tino Martinez, the left-handed batter. And Bobby Cox said, my eyes tell me that Bilecki's throwing good. Why take him out?
That combined with the fact that Avery just hasn't had any work and has been so ineffective. And Bilecki was outstanding in that 6th inning. Here's Grissom. 0-2, and Jeff Nelson in a spot to strike out the side in his first inning of work. One and 2. Grissom, one of the bigger hits tonight, the 2-run double in that 4-run 2nd inning for Atlanta. Checked his swing. 2-2.
Get a look from up above. Grissom, he was out there in front of the plate to me. Got fooled on that pitch from Jeff Nelson.
Waits for the 2-2. Had him reaching into center for Bernie Williams. Braves go in order after 6 in game 4. 6-3 Atlanta. Back to Fulton County after this from your local Fox station.
This is a Fox News update. A 757 skidded off the runway in Tampa, Florida. The pilot took too sharp a turn. Nobody was hurt. This has been a Fox News update.
For a portrait of classic rock in Colorado, 103.5 The Fox. Colorado's original classic rock, 103.5 The Fox. There's only one station where every song is a classic rock masterpiece. 103.5 The Fox.
Whoever you are, whatever you need, we're here for you. Every day of your life. FHP, your health partner for life.
Saab gives you 4. BMW gives you 4. Volvo gives you 4. But Volkswagen gives you a 10-year limited powertrain warranty, which means you'll still be covered when he's old enough to drive it. Scary, isn't it? On the road of life, there are passengers, and there are drivers.
It was over in a moment, but the pain lasts forever. President Clinton stood up and helped pass the Brady Bill. It wasn't about politics. The president had the integrity to do what was right. When I hear people question the president's character, I say, look what he's done. Look at the lives the Brady Bill will save.
Catch Seinfeld after the game, tonight on Fox 31.
2/3 of the way through it. Braves out in front 6-3. They led 6-0. For defensive purposes, they insert Rafael Belliard into the lineup. Blauser out for the rest of the night. Balecki back to work, top of the lineup, and strike one. Nothing new from Balecki as Tim Raines leads it off. Raines, Jeter, and Bernie Williams. Raines hitless tonight. Strike two. Cool evening here in Atlanta. Joe Torre back at Fulton County Stadium, where he hit the first home run ever hit in this ballpark in 1966. And he'll manage the final game played in this ballpark here tomorrow night. 1-2 the count on Raines.
Matter of fact, his battery mate right now on the left of your screen, Tony Cloninger, who is the bullpen coach for Joe Torre. Tony worked 13 innings in that first game. Real workhorse right there, Tony Cloninger.
1-2 on Raines. Got under it, popped it up. In comes Jermaine Dye, and Raines is 0 for 4. Tomorrow night, the World Series continues with Game 5 and a good pitching matchup. Andy Pettitte and John Smoltz. They hooked up in Game 1. Pettitte, a 21-game winner during the regular season. Looking at the probable Cy Young Award winners in each league. We'll get it underway tomorrow night, Game 5 at 8 o'clock Eastern. Here's Derek Jeter. 1 out of 2 with a strikeout, a walk, a single, strike one.
Balecki starting off Tim Raines with a forkball, and now he starts off Jeter with a slider. It's almost like he's taken a different approach because he's starting an inning and not coming on with runners on at first and second.
Nothing shaken in the 7th inning for the Yankees. 1 ball, 1 strike. Derek Jeter Came into tonight's game with 19 hits. He has a hit tonight, giving him 20 for the postseason. Ties a rookie record set by Chipper Jones last year. So one more hit, and that record will belong to Derek Jeter, trying to get on ahead of Bernie Williams here in the 7th. 2-2.
I think another sign that Bobby Cox has confidence in Bilecki tonight, from what he sees from Bilecki so far, is the fact that nobody's warming up in the bullpen. Cecil Fielder, who's due up after Bernie Williams, is 5 for 6 lifetime against Bilecki with 2 home runs. Bobby Cox has access to the same numbers we do, and if he was worried about it, he'd have somebody warming up right now.
3-2 on Jeter.
There again, I think Bobby Cox, what he's thinking is, forget the numbers. My eyes tell me more than the numbers do. That's why I allowed him to pitch to the 2 left-handers per chance.
Range fly to right. Jeter stays at the plate with a full count. What's really going to be interesting is the setup role tonight. McMichael has had a rough postseason, at least 2 games very rough, including last night. Bilecki rolled right through the 6th. He's 3-2 with 1 out, nobody on in the 7th, and he issues a 1-out walk. Jeter is on, and that for the Yankees is the 6th walk they've been handed tonight. And the first to reach against Bilecki in his inning and a third here this evening. Here's Bernie Williams, who homered, batting left-handed here tonight, his 6th home run of the postseason.
And even as a left-handed batter, Bernie Williams drawing that line right out towards second base. And the pitcher, there it is right there, to remind himself not to overstride.
Bilecki was getting ready to work to Williams. And Jeter gets the wrist guard for his right wrist, not his bad wrist. He wears that during the regular season all year to protect that right wrist for any head-first dives or slides.
A lot of guys have a bad habit of putting down the hand to slow themselves when they slide. A very easy way to jam that wrist. A brace supposedly keeps you from doing that.
1 on, 1 out for Bernie Williams. And a strike from Bilecki. Yankee bench still has Fox, Aldrete, Boggs available. Right now it's Williams, who tonight is 0 for 2 with a walk. Hitless tonight. He may try to look for Girardi's bat again. Last night he used Girardi's bat and had an RBI single, hit the ball to the wall, and homered in Game 3 of this World Series. Oh, 2 on Williams. Hit and foul. Boy, an 0-2 pitch, and Bilecki made it too good.
I think that was the splitter, and I think that's why Bernie Williams got around on that ball. Left-handed hitters from a right-handed pitcher is more apt to pull the splitter than the fastball. Appeared to be the splitter. It could have been the fastball, but it appeared to be the splitter. Hit foul.
Jeter, a 1-out walk. 0-2 on Bernie Williams. We're in the 7th inning with the Braves out in front 6-3. 1-2 from Bilecki.
And when you miss that high, that means you're trying to overthrow it. Bilecki's had a good fastball when he stayed in his rhythm. That time he tried to hump up a little bit harder. Threw the ball way high out of the strike zone.
So the Braves are out in front, Leo. 1-2, the count on Williams. The hero from last night, David Cone, for the Yankees. 1 on, 1 out. Another pretty good swing, and you can hear Bernie Williams yelling at himself for not putting that between the lines or over the wall.
He got a pitch he thought he could handle, took a good rip at it, and in frustration, screamed out.
Bilecki starting to get his pitches up just a little bit.
You know, you notice those pitches to O'Neill and Martinez and Duncan weren't particularly down, but he may have, because of inactivity, lost just a foot or two off that fastball. Bilecki not a real low ball pitcher. He's throwing that four-seam fastball, and that's not really a pitch that you want down all that much.
1-2 the count. Williams strikes out.
Big thing is Bilecki has been getting ahead, especially of the left-handers. Williams misses his pitch, and then Bilecki takes care of Bernie Williams with the high, wide fastball.
How about 4 strikeouts in an inning and 2/3 for Bilecki. Now Fielder. 1 on, 2 out. Ball 1. If there's anybody who does know the stat other than Bob Brentley, Fielder against Bilecki, it's Bilecki.
That's why that strikeout of Bernie Williams was so important, as Mark Wohlers is up and throwing.
1 on, 2 out. Into left field. Falling into the glove of Andrew Jones. 2 shutout innings from Mike Bilecki. A deep breath. He lets it go. Time to stretch. Braves by 3.
TriStar Pictures presents.
We're here with super agent Jerry Maguire.
Tom Cruise.
Everybody loves you.
Yes. In the motion picture event of the holiday season.
We're gonna go all the way.
Put Jerry Maguire on the phone. I need to speak with my agent.
You know, some dudes might have the coin, but they'll never have the quan.
Quan.
It means love, respect. Quan.
Great word. You want to go out to dinner?
I know a great place.
You bet on me like I bet on you.
I love him.
If you don't love her, you've got to tell her.
What do you want? My soul or something?
I deserve that.
Tom Cruise is Jerry Maguire. In the story of a legend who became a man. Jerry Maguire. Not yet rated. At theaters December 13th.
First came Tagamet, then Zantac, then Pepsid, but the newest, Axid, now in non-prescription strength as New Axid AR. A medicine so effective, for many, Axid AR can prevent heartburn completely. New Axid AR.
Fox Sports coverage of Major League Baseball's World Series is brought to you by Nissan, who reminds you that life is a journey. Enjoy the ride.
We are ready for the bottom of the 7th inning. Scoring summary. Braves get 4 runs in the 2nd inning. It started with a McGriff home run. The Yankees 3 runs in the 6th inning. Fielder and Hayes driving in runs. 1 scored on an error. Belenke outstanding. Kenny Rogers was not. And now Mark Lemke leads it off here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Nelson back to work. That is a foul ball for strike 1. It'll be Lemke, Jones, and McGriff. We asked the question last inning about who would Bobby Cox's setup man be tonight after McMichael failed last night. Well, there's the answer. Mark Wohlers is going to set up. Mark Wohlers getting ready here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Should make you believe he'll pitch in the 8th and start the 8th. A strike from Nelson. It's 0-2 on Lemke.
I don't think there's any question about it, Joe, because he would not be up and throwing and getting warm if he weren't coming in the 8th inning. As we say that, he's going over toward the bullpen, but I think it's just for water.
Well, he was throwing in the 7th inning.
Yeah, right.
When Belenke faced Cecil Fielder, Wohlers started to throw then. So he ought to be ready by the 8th, and it's going to be a long night for Wohlers. 1-2 on Lemke. Of course, a lot may depend on what happens in the bottom of this 7th inning. The Braves can add to their lead. We may not see Wohlers in the 8th.
Well, Belenke's certainly capable of going longer. He's been a starter at times throughout his career.
Lemke grounds to Fielder. The flip and the out. 1 away. Time for our Aflac trivia question from our friends at Aflac, which has produced the fewest 4-game sweeps over the last 25 years. The World Series, the NBA Finals, or the Stanley Cup Finals.
One sweep that comes to mind, the Cincinnati Reds over the New York Yankees back in 1976.
Last couple of Stanley Cup Finals have been sweeps. We can now ask that question at Fox after the win last night by the Yankees. Big smile. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now 0-2, I should say. 1 out. Nobody on.
1990 Cincinnati Reds swept the Oakland Athletics, as did the Oakland Athletics over the 89 San Francisco Giants. That's 3.
1-2 now to count on Chipper Jones. Jeff Nelson has come in and retired 4 in a row.
I think we're out of bullets as far as baseball is concerned.
To the right side again. Mariano Duncan stays with it. 2 out.
Think of any more sweeps in baseball over the last 25 years?
The 3 you mentioned are the only 3 that came to my mind, and that was only after you said them.
2 out, nobody on here in the 7th inning for McGriff. I'm going to go with the Stanley Cup Finals. I don't know why.
I guess the NBA. Just NBA Finals.
There's a strike to McGriff.
You're going to leave me with these lonesome 3? I've got to believe that the NBA Finals have produced more than 3 sweeps over the last 25 years, but I don't know.
1 ball, 1 strike from Nelson.
I'm going to say the NBA. I'm going to join my partner, one of my partners.
Super Bowl wasn't one of the choices, was it?
No. No sweeps there.
Good try. McGriff is homered, singled, walked. What a postseason he has had after a lot of people wondered what was going on with McGriff at the start of the National League Championship Series. In the division series against the Dodgers, he was deadly. Last couple of games against St. Louis and throughout this World Series against the Yankees. McGriff has been outstanding. Bases empty for Fred. 2 out, nobody on. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count from Nelson. Trying to pitch 2 perfect innings. 2-2.
Over the course of a season, a major league ball player will go through a lot of little mini slumps. Not necessarily where you don't feel good at the plate, but you maybe hit into some tough luck. You go through 3 or 4 games and you don't really have anything to show for it. And sometimes, unfortunately, that comes in the postseason. A lot of reasons for it. Sometimes nagging injuries that accumulate over the course of the season.
Now 3-2 on McGriff.
They call him Popeye.
2 out, nobody on, and a walk to McGriff. Keeps the 7th inning alive. So the first base runner to reach against Jeff Nelson is a 2-out walk. And the inning will continue for Javi Lopez. Lopez tonight is 0 for 1. He's walked. He's driven in a run with a sac fly. Here's another guy who came to play when the curtain came down on the regular season. National League Championship Series MVP for Atlanta, an easy choice. Check on McGriff. Doesn't figure to be going anywhere.
Well, that's been the book on McGriff when you read the advanced scouting reports. Just don't ignore him at first base. If you forget that he's over there, he has a way of sneaking off that base and stealing when you least expect it. But if you usually throw one throw over there, that'll stop him.
Now as the Braves get a base runner, more action for Atlanta in their bullpen as Wohlers has company out there. Lopez waiting for a 1-0 pitch from Jeff Nelson. Now 2-0. Brad Klontz is by himself right now, but Wohlers again went to the bullpen to get something, and now he's coming back out. So I think depending on what the Braves do in this bottom of the 7th inning will tell us who will be on the mound in the 8th. 3-0 on Lopez.
You would guess if it stays a 3-run lead, we'll probably see Mark Wohlers. The Braves should happen to score some runs here somehow. Perhaps Brad Klontz would then be the man, although it looks like Klontz has put his jacket back on.
There's a strike. You know, Bobby, it's not beyond Bobby Cox to play a couple of games with that bullpen, and I don't think it's just a coincidence that every time we show you the bullpen, a different guy is standing up and throwing. Klontz threw about 5 pitches. Now he goes over and sits down. That's off the plate. Nelson waits for it to return to the atmosphere, and the inning is over. A 2-out walk to McGriff. We head to the 8th. Wohlers comes in from the bullpen. Now he stops. He goes back. Who will it be? We'll find out in a minute.
This is about the biggest idea in business communication today. About simple being smart, less being more. About how your business can get local and long-distance calling, plus everything from paging to conferencing, global to cellular, the whole menu, soup to nuts. From one team on one bill, from the one and only company in America with the power to put it all together. Network MCI. That's how.
It is a basic desire of people everywhere to want to do their jobs better, to design better homes, make a better life, even build a better car. The new Camry. Over 6,500 American workers. Hundreds of improvements. It's been called the best car built in America, only now it's even quieter, smoother, more comfortable. The new Camry. Better than ever.
So where's Alec?
I don't know. It didn't work out. He was too complicated. And he wore alligator loafers.
Since 1873, original Coors in the yellow can.
Alligator loafers?
Can't believe he broke it at the company picnic.
Incredible. Our employee health plan covers him, right?
Not deductibles or co-payments.
So he has to lay out his own money.
Your health plan can work better with Aflac. Supplemental insurance from Aflac helps cover the unexpected costs of recovery so you can give your employees the protection they need and deserve.
Any ideas?
Yeah, Aflac.
Aflac, insuring over 40 million people worldwide.
Don't miss the Simpsons Mini Marathon.
Oh my God, Marge, it's escaped.
Sunday at 7, 6 Central on Non-Stop Fox.
Number of changes as we get ready for the top of the 8th inning. 6-3. The Braves out in front. Our Aflac question, which has produced the fewest 4-game sweeps for the last 25 years. World Series, NBA Finals, Stanley Cup Finals. Our Aflac trivia answer. There have been 3 World Series sweeps over the last 25 years, all named by Tim McCarver. 4 from the NBA, 8 in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Give me 5 there, brother. Yeah, we got to give that one to you. Good call.
Here's Eddie Perez. He takes over behind the plate, the double switch, as Mark Wohlers is into the game, pitching and batting 5th. Charlie Hayes leads it off, a swinging bunt that will roll and stay fair. Unbelievable. A leadoff base hit, and Hayes is on to start the 8th inning.
Bob, it's unbelievable. You were talking about that a couple of days ago at Yankee Stadium. It's on the grass, stays fair. If it's on the dirt, it's not.
And this is where the home field advantage comes in. You should know your own field. That ball's headed foul, hit something, and came back in. Normally, you would know your own field well enough to know whether that ball's going to stay fair or not. And you could see right there it bounced and came back into fair territory. Didn't get far enough in to hit the grass and go back foul.
You could read Bud Selig's signature 18 times as it went down the third base line. Here's Strawberry, and there's ball 1 outside.
Alan H. Selig.
That's right. So a leadoff hit, and Wohlers, who has a long night ahead of him, a 2-inning night, takes over. A leadoff hit, now Strawberry with Duncan to follow. Wohlers has picked up 6 straight postseason saves. He's really going to have to work for this one. 1 on, nobody out. Strawberry overmatched, 1-1.
Well, Darrell's not going to be able to hit the high fastball off Mark Wohlers. If he hits the fastball, it's going to have to be down. And you see the riding high fastball right there.
And after the swing, Darrell, you can see with his hand telling himself, make him get it down.
Yep.
To the left side and through. A base hit for Strawberry. And 2 nights in a row, Darrell has poked one through the left side. 2 hits. And the tying run will come to the plate.
Remember, the first fastball was by Strawberry. That was up. That's the base hit. That ball was down. That was about thigh high, mid-thigh high. The pitch through which he swung was the pitch before. That one right there. And then you could see the fastball dipping and Darrell dipping into the single bunch.
Now Mariano Duncan up there swinging. Wohlers broke one off for strike 1.
When you go to the plate looking for a 90-plus fastball and he snaps off a slider like this, it'll fool a lot of good hitters, particularly an aggressive hitter like Duncan. He's shown better patience with runners on base, but that time way out in front of the slider.
Duncan's only hit in the World Series came here last night. Double play ball maybe. Belliard kicks it. They get only 1. Belliard into the game for defensive reasons. It was hard to hit, but it rolled up his arm, and it's 1st and 3rd, 1 out.
Another slider after getting Duncan to chase the first one. This one is a pretty hittable pitch over the plate. Belliard just plays it off the heel of his glove, off his wrist, up into his body, only able to get the force.
Hard hit ball off the bat of Duncan, might have been 2, and it's first and third, 1 out. For the catcher, Jim Leyritz, his first at bat of the night. It's not beyond Leyritz to try to pop one over the right field boards.
That's where his power is the opposite field.
Big swing. He was right on it. 98 miles per hour for strike 1. Mike Aldretti off the bench and on deck. He'll hit for Nelson. One and 1.
86-mile-an-hour slider for Mark Wohlers. It's faster than the best fastball Denny Nagel threw in the ball game.
Right, right. That's right.
The Yankees with a tying run at the plate here in the 8th inning. And now 2-1 on Leyritz.
I think Wohlers is going to the breaking ball too much. This situation right here, this is a game situation. It's almost like Bobby Cox is shaking his head. If you get beat, you want to get beat on your best pitch, not your third best pitch.
2-1 on Leyritz. Another good swing, 2-2. And up to 99 miles per hour from Wohlers.
Oh, with the fans on their feet now. A little extra adrenaline, see if he can crack that 100 mark.
Back-to-back singles and a force out. And a 2-2 pitch coming to Leyritz. Able to get a piece and stay alive.
Went back to the slider on the 2-2 pitch. Should be able to see the rotation on this pitch. Little dot in the middle there. Ball breaking down and away. Leyritz just able to fight it off and buy himself one more pitch.
Again, the 2-2 to Leyritz. Field. Back at the track, at the wall, we are tied. Six here in the 8th.
And it was a slider in the eyes of Leyritz. Another slider from Wohlers. We talked about it before it happened. They are dancing in the streets of New York right now. And it's a very quiet Fulton County Stadium. A high slider that speeds up the bat head. That's why Leyritz pulled the ball, because it was a slider and not a fastball.
I don't believe I've ever seen Mark Wohlers throw this many sliders in his life.
I think the Yankee bench had a better feel for how far that ball was going than Leyritz. Just did get over the wall as Andrew Jones scaled the left field wall, and Wohlers, the inning started on that ball that stayed fair. Don't forget the missed chance on the double play ball that rolled up the arm of Belliard, and the 3-run home run by Leyritz and a hug from Nelson.
What a remarkable comeback by the Yankees.
They had never overcome a 6-run deficit in their postseason history. And you know what kind of history that's been.
34 World Series. They've won 22. They've lost 11. Wow. Wow.
The wife of Jim Leyritz. And Jim, his heart is pumping. Remember last year, the division series against Seattle in extra innings at the stadium. He poked one the opposite way. That was in '95, and in '96, even bigger in the World Series. Now it's Mike Aldrete at the plate, leaving Joe Torre with only 2 position players on his bench. Aldrete batting for Jeff Nelson. To the shortstop, Belliard. The high hop. 2 out.
And now the fastball. And guys, I'll say it again. The slider was his 3rd best pitch. Fastball or a splitter. If Jim Leyritz hits that ball out, then at least he's hit his best stuff out of the ballpark, and you tie it on your best. When you tie it on your 3rd best pitch, you never forgive yourself in a game like this. Never.
Bobby Cox, Leo Mazzoni going to Wohlers here in the 8th inning. And the bottom of the Yankee lineup has produced 3 runs.
Nobody warming up.
Now Tim Raines has something caught in his right eye before he comes to the plate here with 2 out, nobody on in the 8th inning. A 6-6 game here in the 8th inning.
This is what Bob was talking about going to the well too often with the 3rd best pitch. Fastball, can't get around on it. Slider misses high. Slider misses high. Fastball, can't get around on it. Slider. Slider, goodbye.
His first at bat of the night produces a game-tying 3-run home run here in the 8th. And now Raines with 2 out, nobody on. To the second baseman, Lemke. He drops it, but recovers to get the out. A big inning for the Yankees. Capped on a 3-run home run by Leyritz. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Braves bat, tied at 6.
Who doesn't want to make the world a little safer? Safer schools, safer homes, even safer cars. The new Camry features dual airbags and a reinforced passenger cabin. We're making the world a safer place, one new Camry at a time. The new Camry, smarter, more confident, better than ever.
There are 6 million small business owners in America.
And 80 million of us who work for them.
Don't waste your vote this time.
Ross Perot is the only candidate who will work for our interest instead of the special interest.
Vote for Ross Perot.
Because you own this country.
The makers of the Naked Gun are setting their sights on high school.
Our assistant principal is still missing.
John Lovitz. High School High. Rated PG-13. At theaters Friday.
Face it, no other razor shaves closer or with more comfort than Gillette's Sensor XL. Soft microfins that protect your skin and individually spring-mounted twin blades that adjust to your face. No razor feels more comfortable during your shave or leaves your face smoother after. Gillette's Sensor XL. And try new Gillette Aftershave, a splash that moisturizes as it refreshes.
This is a Fox News update. The police in New Jersey were chasing a man wanted for carjacking. He crashed the car, then shot and killed himself. This has been a Fox News update.
Fox Sports coverage of Major League Baseball's World Series is brought to you by Sun America, the retirement savings specialist, by Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks, by Advil, advanced medicine for pain, and by Gillette Sensor Excel and the Gillette Series. Gillette, the best a man can get.
Well, the Yankees came into tonight having won 6 in a row during the postseason on the road. And they've had to do a lot of it by coming from behind. In the division series, they did it 3 times against the Texas Rangers. In the ALCS against Baltimore, they did it in games 1 and 3. They're trying to do it here tonight. In game 4, they trailed 6-0. Got 3 in the 6th, 3 in the 8th, and for the 3rd game in a row, 3rd day in a row, it's Mariano Rivera. Andrew Jones up there pumping, strike 1. Be interesting to see how effective Mariano Rivera is. He threw 36 pitches here last night.
Joe Torre telling us before game 1 that the 30-pitch line is the usual gauge when he won't use it the next day.
Throw that out the window in game 4 of the World Series.
Right.
Pretty good fastball there. 95 miles per hour, strike 2.
And you can see Joe Torre yelling there to Charlie Hayes, moving him off the 3rd baseline. Not likely they're going to pull that fastball.
To the right side and through. A leadoff base hit for Andrew Jones. Now the Braves will call Ryan Klesko back to their dugout and send in the rookie Jermaine Dye. Remember this, if you're thinking about the bunt, the Braves have already lifted Jeff Blauser and have light hitting Rafael Belliard on deck.
Or you'd probably pinch hit for him, probably Pendleton. Hope they walk Pendleton to get to Klesko. That would be the thinking if he bunts.
1 on, nobody out. Leyritz saves a wild pitch on ball 1.
That was a terrific play by Jim Leyritz. Bob, you remember you were talking the other day about the fastball in the dirt when you don't anticipate it?
Toughest pitch to block. A bunt situation. You want to throw a high fastball to try to get a pop-up. You can see Leyritz doesn't really get in good blocking position, but he gets the backhand and knocks that ball down. You never anticipate a fastball in the dirt.
Right.
The leadoff man is on. Dye showing bunt early. You know, you have to go all the way back to the starter tonight for the Yankees, Kenny Rogers, because he only went 2 innings. Joe Torre had to go to his bullpen in the 3rd, and right now he's only left with Graham Lloyd and John Wetland in the Yankee bullpen. Almost forced to use Rivera. Good luck trying to bunt that. Strike 1.
Going to have to bunt the ball to first base here. Charlie Hayes is positioning himself about 60 feet from home plate and charging on the pitch. If he bunts that ball to 3rd base, there's a good chance to get a double play or at least get the force at 2nd. I didn't appear real comfortable with this bunt attempt. Not too many guys will be against Mariano Rivera.
1 on, nobody out. And the bunt to first is foul for strike 2.
Well, with 2 strikes, you don't have the luxury of bunting the ball down the line. The first baseman and the 3rd baseman can pinch the middle of the infield.
See Louis Polonia in the on-deck circle.
That is provided Dye is bunting here. Now, he may be swinging away. It's become fashionable to even have regular players bunt with 2 strikes.
1 and 2 the count on Jermaine Dye. Just inside. 2 and 2.
And I say fashionable because I don't agree with it. I don't think regular players, this guy's a major league hitter, and I don't agree with him bunting in this situation.
On top of that, every time he squared around, he looks overmatched trying to bunt.
Right.
He does not look comfortable at all. A leadoff hit by Andrew Jones. 2-2 to die. There's the bunt. It works. Sacrifice 1-4. And the go-ahead run, Jones down to second with 1 out.
Well, as uncomfortable as he looked on the first 2 attempts, this one he bunts perfectly. As you said, Tim, keep it away from the line, get the ball down on the ground in fair territory. Depend on Andrew Jones to get a good jump at first base and beat any attempted force play. No chance to get him at second.
And no chance for Joe Torre to walk Luis Polonia right here, even though first base is open, because you have Ryan Klesko on deck. Just go right after Polonia.
Mel Stottlemyre out to talk to Rivera as Polonia stands in. The Braves pinch hitting has been atrocious. Pinch hitting wise, the Braves are 0 for their last 20, which is the longest drought in postseason history. And they ask for a big hit out of Polonia. The bench has not been kind to Bobby Cox in the postseason the last 20 tries, which dates back to last postseason.
I think Mel Stottlemyre, the pitching coach of the Yankees, said 2 things to Mariano Rivera. Go after Polonia and watch Jones at second base. Jones a fast runner, and if you don't pay attention to him and he steals third, then the chances of the Braves picking up a cheap run increase.
A leadoff hit by Andrew Jones on an 0-2 pitch to the right side. Plant's getting ready in the bullpen. But it's Polonia now off the bench to face his former team. Ball 1 outside.
But Bobby Cox chose to try to steal a base here. The Yankees are certainly not holding Andrew Jones close at second base. If Polonia faked a bunt to draw in Charlie Hayes, Jones would be able to sneak right in behind him.
1-1 on Polonia.
Of course, that's a big risk to take in the 8th inning of a tie ball game.
A leadoff hit and a sacrifice bunt. Strike 2 on Polonia. Forget about the day's rest right now. Mariano Rivera is blowing the ball.
Here it is. Hit it if you can. You hadn't seen a slider yet from Mariano Rivera, have you?
As opposed to Wohlers with that great fastball. Beaten on the slider by Leyritz. 1-2 on Polonia. Fastball, see you later. 2 out here in the 8th inning.
What do you do when you pull a car into a service station? You fill it up with gas, 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 gas.
And with the strikeout of Polonia, that makes the Atlanta bench 0 for their last 21 in pinch hitting appearances. That also means that Bobby Cox will call Ryan Klesko back and leave Eddie Perez in to hit, batting in the number 9 spot.
I think what Bobby Cox was trying to do to Joe Torre was try to coerce him to walk Luis Polonia by putting Klesko up there, perhaps.
Here is Eddie Perez. Ball 1 inside as Perez stands at the plate for the first time in this series.
We saw Bobby Cox do that in the National League Championship Series when he sent Terry Pendleton up to the plate. Tony La Russa didn't bite.
Way late and a dangerous foul ball into the seats. 1-1 on Perez.
Even when you know it's coming, it's hard to catch up with a fastball that's in the upper 90s. Eddie Perez knows what Mariano Rivera is going to try to do and still can't get the bat head out in front of home plate.
A leadoff hit off Rivera, trying to get around it. Runner at second, 2 out. off the hands, back to Rivera. Here comes another fastball. Inning over. No runs, 1 hit. Rivera gets around a leadoff hit. We go to the 9th in Atlanta, tied at 6.
Would a man attack the peak of K2 if a remarkably soft pair of pants were placed there? Would a man tread the lip of a volcano for pants that were pure cotton yet wrinkle-free? Would a man brave the trackless Sahara for pants that were suitable for work and play? A man would, if he were a fool, because he could go to the store and say, yes, I'd like to try on the ultimate pant, new by Hager. Besides, your wife won't let you go to the Sahara anyway.
More than these, I did it my way.
There's over 2 million miles of paved road out there, but you're not obligated to drive on any of it. Tacoma 4x4, Toyota trucks always come through.
There's this college team I practice with. Each one is out to prove that they can hit the Rhine Express. I'm out to prove they can't. After a day of fastballs, it's Advil for me. Nothing has shown me that it works better or lasts longer than Advil.
For sore muscles, more doctors recommend Advil than any other pain reliever.
I love that sound.
Advanced medicine for pain. And for a cold, try Advil Cold and Sinus. It's tough on colds like Advil is on pain.
10 million patient years of information flow through United Healthcare. Information that has led to the most innovative health plans in the business. Plans that let you choose your own doctor, that help prevent problems before they start, that give you someone to talk to at 3 a.m. Plans that treat you not as somebody to manage, but as the manager of your own health. If you're choosing a health plan, remember this: the plan is only as good as the company behind it. United Healthcare.
You're just 2 days away from the series People magazine calls the best new show of the year.
The 1,000 years is over!
Millennium series premiere Friday on Fox.
Well, we've played 8. The Yankees really have played 3. First 5 innings, they didn't do anything. They get 3 runs in the 6th, 3 in the 8th to tie it. Terry Pendleton into the game at 3rd. Moving over to short is Chipper Jones. Interesting that Bobby Cox wouldn't use Pendleton as the pinch hitter instead of Polonia. He has now used 4 players in the number 8 spot.
You bring up a very interesting point, and that's a nice catch, Joe, because you're using 2 players for 1 spot. Now, of course, you're trying to get your best hitter up there because you have a runner in scoring position. But who's to say Pendleton is not as good as Polonia?
Wohlers back to work. Pendleton at 3rd with Jones at short, and a strike to Derek Jeter. The Yankees have Jeter, Williams, and Fielder. If anybody gets on, Charlie Hayes here in the 9th. Tied at 6. Fouled that off his leg or foot in the count 0-2. Who's left on the Atlanta bench? Klesko, Arold, the 3rd string catcher, and Mordecai. Klesko walked to the on-deck circle twice in that bottom of the 8th inning. Never got to the plate. 0-2, the count on Jeter leading off. Breaking ball, got it. One out here in the 9th inning as Wohlers rings up his first strikeout.
And this is a split finger fastball from Wohlers, a pitch that sets up off of his regular fastball, just dropping over the outside corner.
So Jeter 1 out of 3 tonight. The batter will be Bernie Williams. There's Boggs and Andy Fox left for Joe Torre on the Yankee bench. Strike 1 to Bernie Williams. Tonight hitless with a walk and a run scored back in the 6th. Wetland getting ready now for the Yankees. mph from Wohlers.
Some lessons you learn the hard way. Mark Wohlers, so far this inning, all hard stuff, fastballs and splits.
He has not thrown a slider since the 3-run homer to Lawrence.
Splitter there, missed. 2-1.
It's a much more explosive break on that split finger fastball as opposed to his slider.
Talked about that slider all year long. And for years and years, that's the easiest pitch to make a mistake with.
2-1 on Williams. Broken bat, ground ball to Pendleton. 2 out. That bat made it all the way from New York this morning, and it's broken here in the 9th inning.
Took 24 hours on FedEx and 1 swing to crack. A lot of people think all bats are the same, but see those knots in the barrel and that wide grain right there? That means that bat has thunder. The one on top is a pitcher's bat. See the fine grain, the real fine? That means it's no good.
Fielder grounds one through the right side for a 2-out hit here in the 9th inning. So Cecil not trying to do too much against Wohlers, just poked it through the right side, and a 2-out hit keeps the inning alive for Charlie Hayes.
Well, many hitters have the misconception that to hit a guy that's throwing hard, you have to swing hard. That's exactly the opposite of the approach you should have. Just put a good quick swing on it, let the pitcher supply the power.
There's a difference between quick and hard.
2 out. Charlie Hayes, the base hit to left field. And it's 2 on with 2 out here in the 9th inning for New York. And Hayes has been on base 4 times tonight with 3 hits and a walk.
It's down and in on Charlie Hayes. You can see him open up that front foot to try to clear the hips out of the way to get the bat head to that fastball.
He clears the hips out of the way, and he clears the way for Darryl Strawberry. 2 on, 2 out. And Eddie Perez will walk out and talk to Wohlers.
57,000 people plus here at Fulton County Stadium. And I wonder how many people in New York City right now are on the edge of their seats or stools or couches.
Strawberry, 2 out of 9 in the World Series, a hit tonight. Facing Wohlers. 2 on, 2 out. Tie game, 9th inning. You two talked about it earlier. That pitch was dangerous from Wohlers as it missed low.
Dangerously down.
Just about to say a pinch runner might be in order here for Cecil Fielder at second base, and Joe Torre does send Andy Fox out to run. Mariano Duncan has played first base throughout the season for the Yankees. Tino Martinez was taken down as a pinch hitter earlier. That's the go-ahead run at second base. You better have somebody out there that can score on a base hit.
So the pinch runner, Andy Fox, is the lead runner at second base. Fielder kept this inning alive with a 2-out hit to right. And only Wade Boggs is left on the bench for the Yankees. 2 on, 2 out for Strawberry. To the left side, trouble. That's a base hit, and that'll load the bases here in the 9th inning.
I don't think Eddie Perez ever saw that ball. I think he thought it was either foul, bounced over his head. He made no move whatsoever to go after that ball. Not to say now that he would have made a play on it, but watch his reaction.
Never even got into the picture.
don't understand why Eddie, I mean, there wasn't a man on third. You lose nothing by trying to make that play.
It loads the bases with 2 out for Mariano Duncan. 6-6 here in the 9th. Way late, strike 1. Duncan hitless tonight and only 1 hit in the World Series. Field, caught. Jermaine Dye, the catch to preserve the tie. Hard hit right at Dye. And the Yankees leave the bases loaded. Top of the order coming up for Atlanta. Bottom of the 9th inning in Game 4, tied at 6.
On December 6th, there will be no room to breathe. No time to think.
Are we gonna get out of here?
And no way to escape. Daylight breaks December 6th. Rated PG-13.
Dave, darling, I saw your grilled chicken sandwich commercial the other day and you looked fabulous. Anyway, I had to try one. Honey, it was delicious. The whole breast filet is bigger, plumper, and juicier than ever. And they made it fresh right when I ordered it. Dave, just between us, it was so good I had to. Don't tell. Love and kisses, Iman.
You know Iman?
When you got it, you got it.
Try Wendy's new plumper, juicier grilled chicken sandwich.
Come closer. Closer. There. I'm the road. I'm so bored. It's been so long since someone new has come into my life and hugged me, caressed me, excited me.
The all-new ES300. The road is calling. Answer it.
What was that?
There are 27.5 million veterans in the United States.
And there's one more battle to fight.
We have to take our country back from the special interests.
Don't waste your vote in '96. Just vote for Ross.
Because you own this country.
Presenting Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant. A clear, clean gel that goes on smoothly with no white residue for powerful all-day protection. Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant.
There's been a second abduction.
Don't miss what everyone will be talking about Monday morning. Help! The X-Files, now on Sundays at 9, 8 Central.
The Braves and their fans looking for a bottom of the 9th inning rally, a 6-6 game. Andy Fox stays in the game, takes over at third base, shifting Charlie Hayes across the infield to first. And in the bottom of the 9th inning, facing Mariano Rivera, it'll be the top of the Atlanta lineup. Grissom, Lemke, and Jones. Chipper Jones. A little high for ball 1. Well, Rivera 3 days in a row, and here tonight pitching 2 innings. Or at least trying to. Off the hands behind second base for Jeter. 1 up, 1 down, and Grissom 1 out of 5. That'll bring in Lemke. Hitless tonight, but 5 out of 16 in this series.
And a reminder that this is a guy who can turn around anything above the waist, as he did last night against Rivera.
Has 1 postseason home run in his 60 games. at second base, and he hit it in the NLCS at St. Louis.
It took him 195 postseason at bats to hit that home run.
Trying to catch up, 1 ball, 1 strike. If this game goes to the 10th, the Yankees would have Leyritz to lead it off. Then a pinch hitter. They have only Boggs left, and then Raines. Strike 2. Bobby Cox a little better fortified on the bench with Klesko, Mordecai, and Arol. And in the bullpen, Joe Torre left with only 2 down there. Up the middle, a 1-out base hit. And the winning run is on here in the 9th inning.
This is about as extreme of a high ball hitter as you can get. Lemke goes up around his shoulders and takes the fastball right back up over the pitcher's mound. It's a go-ahead run on base with an out.
You know what Bobby Cox likes to do when there is a chaotic environment? He likes to put the runner in motion. If Lemke's thrown out, then Jones still with the power to hit the ball out of the ballpark. We'll see.
Keeping an eye on Lemke, who stole only 5 bases in the regular season, none so far in the postseason. Three in a row, keeping an eye on Lemke.
Well, Rivera does not give in to base runners. He does not use the slide step. He maintains the high leg kick. Very easy to get a jump on as a base runner. Joe Girardi, the better throwing of the Yankee catcher, has been taken down. Leyritz is now in the game.
Home plate umpire Steve Ripley started to call it a strike. He held off, and it's ball 1 high to Chipper Jones. Here's Graham Lloyd getting ready, the left-hander for the Yankees, with an eye on McGriff on deck and Klesko on the Atlanta bench. Late, strike 1. McGriff is already homered tonight. He's had a perfect night at the plate. Come on, Jeff. 2 hits, 2 walks.
Hang it out, kid. Hang it out. We talked earlier about the ropes. That's what hang it out means. Hang out a rope.
One on, 1 out, 1-1. The count on Jones. It's one thing to throw mid-90s. It's another to miss high and fall behind in the count, which Rivera has done consistently here in the 9th.
He is a high ball pitcher. He's just like Mark Wohlers. He's more effective upstairs, right around the letters, but not around the net.
Behind on the count to Chipper Jones. He has never homered in the World Series. 3-1. Rivera pitched around a leadoff single in the 8th, trying to pitch around a 1-out single here in the 9th.
Seeing some signs of fatigue from Mariano Rivera, consistently getting the ball up high out of the strike zone.
usually what happens is the lower part of the body weakens, and that makes a pitcher go up in the strike zone. It's not arm fatigue, it's that lower part, that driving mechanism, and Joe Torre knows that, and Lloyd probably will be the pitcher.
With not only McGriff coming up, but Klesko in the on-deck circle to pinch hit for Wohlers. Joe Torre goes back to the bullpen. Got all he could out of Rivera. Now hands it over to Graham Lloyd.
I love sports. Come on, baby. That's why we got Prime Star. Come on. Some might even say I'm a sports maniac.
No.
See, Prime Star's got more sports than even I can watch in digital picture and sound. Yeah! Prime Star's the best deal on satellite TV. There is no equipment to buy. And it all starts at about $1 a day. I might be a maniac, but I am not crazy.
For the best value in satellite TV, call 1-800-PRIME-STAR or visit your local Radio Shack.
You will be called private, specialist, or sergeant. Beneath the ribbons on your chest will be the souls of those who came before. You will be an individual, but triumph as a team. You will know strength, courage, and compassion. You will win what must be won, achieve what must be done.
Be all that you can be.
You will be a soldier.
This is about what everybody in business is talking about. This is about the internet and intranet. But it's not more platitudes or promises. This is about how one company can give you access to the world's largest and fastest internet network, or help you create and support your own site. This is about how you get aboard the train and in the race. About how easy it can be to put the whole world together. Network MCI. That's how.
You mean Hertz helped us earn these free airline tickets?
Exactly. Triple miles from Hertz.
Triple miles just for renting with Hertz?
Exactly. On weekly and weekend rentals.
And we still get computerized driving directions, emergency roadside assistance, and all the Hertz service?
Exactly. It's Hertz.
So, I guess I can stop thinking about how much we're saving and start enjoying our vacation.
Exactly.
What a season 1996 has been for Graham Lloyd. Started the year in Milwaukee, traded late to the Yankees. Did not fare well early with the Yankees. Controversy swirling around his trade. But in the postseason, outstanding. 6 appearances, no runs allowed. And he's picking up for Rivera. Tie game 9th inning, 2 on, 1 out, and facing McGriff. That's foul for strike 1. Well, we talk about Rivera 3 days in a row. 3 days in a row now for Graham Lloyd.
The first Australian ever to play in a World Series. A man from down under who throws over the top.
Don't forget tomorrow night at 8 o'clock Eastern, Game 5. John Smoltz and Andy Pettitte. Yankees trying to even this series. Braves trying to go up 3 games to 1. 2 on, 1 out. 1-1 on McGriff. McGriff in this series against Lloyd is 0 for 2. With a strikeout and a pop-up. 2-1.
Derek Jeter at shortstop playing very close behind Mark Lemke, trying to make sure he doesn't get too much of a jump out there at second base. Hopefully give his outfielders a chance to make a throw to the plate on a base hit.
Jeter will try to start it. 6-4-3. We're going to extra innings here in Game 4. Lloyd comes in, gets McGriff. Beautifully turned by Jeter and Duncan. Through 9. The Braves and Yankees tied at 6.
Some people feel the biggest difference between the Regal GS and other sports sedans is the way Regal's refined suspension system holds the road. However, others feel Regal's 36 inches of very generous legroom is something you just have to see to believe. Regal by Buick. The fine line between sport and sedan.
Just up from 40 Deuce and Dream Street, there's a joint that jumps with solid swinging and hepcat scat. Where the Heidi-Ho Man and the Godfather of Soul hit the high notes with every cool in the pool. It's a house on fire called the Cotton Club, where every night the vibe is hot and live gigs aren't the only things that cook, because the club chases up some of the best choff in town. So if you're hip to the scene, grab some threads and bring your Visa card, because the club jives and jukes at a shake, but never with American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Oh, the kids are always glued to the TV at dinner time because that's when all the cool stuff's on. But lately, browning them up hasn't been that much of a struggle. Maybe they're starting to understand the concept of family time, or maybe there's just nothing good on.
You get them to the table, we'll cook. Your choice of entree, 3 sides, cornbread, and a caramel apple pie. The $14.99 Market Feast.
Don't mess with dinner.
For every market feast sold, Boston Market is proud to make a donation to breast cancer charities.
This Halloween, stick this in your trick-or-treat bag. 4 nights of the wildest Halloween party of the year, with all new Halloween episodes of your favorite Fox shows. The Doritos Fox Halloween Horror Nights from Universal Studios Florida begin Monday. Look for these displays wherever you buy Doritos. Witness the most incredible disasters caught on tape in the special everyone will be talking about. When disasters strike Monday on Nonstop Fox.
Well, we're into extra innings in Game 4. Jeter, talk about turning a double play in a tight spot. Both Jeter and Duncan outstanding. Now Leyritz swings right through the first pitch from Steve Avery.
Tough turn for Mariano Duncan because he was playing Fred McGriff to pull well over in the hole.
Avery had a 1996 season. It was a lost year. Injured the second half of the season. A record of 7-10. His first World Series appearance this go around. And he's 0-2 on Leyritz. In the 8th inning, Jim Leyritz hit a slider for Mark Wohlers over the boards and left to tie the game at 6. Now he shoots one foul out of play right side. It stays 0-2. Jim's wife. It's already been a big night for Leyritz. Chops one to Pendleton. Second chance since entering the game. 1 out. So Bobby Cox using Steve Avery here in the 10th inning. Was in the World Series in '91 with Atlanta. No record in 2 starts. '92 with Atlanta was 0-1. Last year against Cleveland 1-0 in 1 start. 6 innings, 1 run on 3 hits.
Well, somewhat of a delay here as Graham Lloyd was not in the on-deck circle. Tim Raines had come out into the on-deck circle, although the pitcher spot was due next. A little maneuvering by Joe Torre. They may have been considering using one of their other pitchers to pinch hit and then bring John Wetland into the game.
Absolutely. A guy like David Cohn, who's had National League experience, to bunt in case Leyritz got on.
So it's Graham Lloyd at the plate. .78 standing there at home plate.
Make him take a strike.
Big swing and a high pitch. Pretty good cut, 1-1.
So much for that. That's a pretty good cut.
It's a real good cut. And what this does, it allows Joe Torre to leave Graham Lloyd in the game to face the first spot next inning, which was the pitcher spot. Probably would have been Ryan Klesko.
Probably be Mike Mordecai with Lloyd in there. But remember, the Yankees only have one other pitcher in the bullpen, and that's John Wetland.
To the shortstop, Chipper Jones. His first chance of the night at short, 2 out. And with the bases empty and Wetland sitting out in the Yankee bullpen, back to the top of the lineup in Tim Raines.
Graham Lloyd, if you're interested, his longest outing this year with the Milwaukee Brewers was 3 innings.
So Lloyd with an at-bat here in the 10th inning. Avery will lead off for Atlanta in the bottom of the inning. Two out, nobody on for Raines. Hitless tonight, he's 0 for 5. Avery making his first appearance of this World Series. Has retired the first 2, but he's 3-0 on Raines.
Avery has not thrown those last 3 pitches. He threw the ball hard to both Leyritz and Graham Lloyd, but those last 3 pitches were flat fastballs. No pop at the end.
On 4 straight, a 2-out walk.
It becomes, as we look at the 4 straight balls to Tim Raines, these are flat fastballs. Nothing there, no pop. But I think it becomes imperative for Tim Raines to run early in the count to give Derek Jeter a chance to take a pitch or 2 and then try to drive him in. It's a stolen base sacrifice in effect.
First pitch hacking, strike 1.
So much for that theory.
Raines is 0 for 1 in the stolen base department in this series.
Jose Cardinal, the first base coach, was an outstanding base runner, and he just went over and talked to Raines. Could be about running in this situation.
A 2-out walk. 2 quick strikes on Jeter. Avery missed nearly 2 months of the second half of the season with a pulled muscle in his side, trying to pitch a scoreless 10th. Raines on with 2 out, and he draws a throw.
Avery has that move to first base as well as that snap throw where he steps off the rubber and snaps it over to first base. A very quick move. There was a time in his career that base runners really took advantage of him, but he's a much improved at holding runners.
Quick throw. The other pickoff move, and he nearly threw it away.
Good throw on the bag right there. They might have had Tim Raines. Looked like he was leaning a little bit. You see, he steps off with that left foot. The throw just tails back into the baseline.
Good throw. He may have been out. 1 on, 2 out. And a 1-2 count on Jeter.
Now he popped that fastball then. Great extension. That was one of those poppers. You could hear it from up here.
Outside, 2-2. A 6-run deficit overcome by the Yankees in this game is the biggest series deficit overcome in 40 years. Since 1956, Game 2, when the Yankees led the Dodgers 6-0. The Dodgers scored 6 in the bottom of the second inning to tie it and went on to win 13-8. The Yankees, however, won that series 4-3. It was 6-0 Atlanta until the top of the 6th inning. Then 6-3. Then 6-6 after a 3-run home run from Leyritz off Wohlers. To the left side, going to be a tough play. Forget it. Base hit, a walk and a hit, and it's 2 on with 2 out here in the 10th inning for the Yankees.
Tailing fastball there. Chipper Jones was shading up the middle. They've been working away on Derek Jeter. Got a pitch a little bit too much of the plate. Not really hit hard, but hit in a good spot.
Bobby Cox realizes that Bernie Williams hit 108 points higher from the right side than the left side. That's why he's going to the right-hander here to turn Williams around to the left side.
Brad Klontz getting ready in the bullpen, although Bobby Cox has not made the signal. He's going to keep Avery in the game. Wow.
Well, he believed in Mike Bilecki for 2 innings with runners on at first and second. But Bernie Williams has hit 108 points higher from the right side. 378 as a right-handed batter this year.
With 16 of his 29 home runs from the right side. They will intentionally walk Bernie Williams.
How about that?
With Andy Fox on deck. That's the respect the Atlanta Braves have for Bernie Williams, because this will load him up with 2 out. You don't see this very often. An intentional walk to load the bases, with the base open right now being third base. And with 2 out, the bases will be loaded. And the last bullet for Joe Torre on his bench is Wade Boggs. So Joe Torre lifts Andy Fox here in the 10th inning. And with the bases loaded, 2 out in a 6-6 game 10th inning, he'll go to Wade Boggs.
Bobby Cox with runner in the 1991 World Series in Game 7, bottom of the 8th inning, with runners on at first and third and 1 out. Bobby Cox intentionally walked Kirby Puckett and brought in Mike Stanton to pitch to Ken Herbeck. Herbeck lined into a double play. The Twins eventually won that game in the 10th inning. But that shows you the courage of Bobby Cox in situations like this.
Boggs has not had a good postseason, particularly. An 0 for 22 stretch in there. However, you saw the numbers, 3 out of 8 in his 2 World Series starts here in 1996. Bases loaded, 2 out. Ball 1 from Avery.
Boggs with a great eye at the plate. He's going to make Avery throw that ball over the strike zone.
He's liable to take a couple of strikes. That's the kind of guy Boggs is.
Here's strike 1. With the bases loaded in his career, a .366 hitter. Strike 2. Two and 2. The Yankees loaded the bases in the 9th inning, couldn't score. They load him in the 10th, and they ask Boggs for the hit. Full count, and the runners will go. Three-two pitch. The Yankees take the lead. Boggs swung the bat only once, and on a bases-loaded walk, Bobby Cox elected to load the bases with the intentional walk to Bernie Williams, and it did not pay off.
With the bases loaded, a good batting eye is as good as a good batting stroke. Wade Boggs throughout his career has been known as a man that can use that strike zone, won't chase bad pitches, forces the walk from Avery.
That's the New York bullpen. You don't see any pitchers left down there. Those are coaches down there slapping high five.
Only pitchers on the bullpen mound, and that's John Wetland.
It's been a frustrating year for Steve Avery. He's a frustrated pitcher leaving here in the 10th.
Hey, Jimmy, how's the leg?
Leg's just fine.
Doesn't look too good.
No pain at all.
The way you banged it up the other day?
No problem. Doctor gave me Tylenol. Extra strength.
Tylenol? Is that kind of pain?
Just watch me, son.
For the pain of traumatic injuries, Tylenol is recommended the most by doctors.
Hey, Brad. How's my leg?
Tylenol, the pain reliever hospitals use most.
This is for my grandfather, who always said I'd make the family proud. For my mom, who never let me out the door without my homework. For my dad, who worked the night shift to make our lives better.
Flight 3 Alpha. Spotted.
For myself, for my future.
Face it, no other razor shaves closer or with more comfort than Gillette's Sensor XL. Soft microfins that protect your skin and individually spring-mounted twin blades that adjust to your face. No razor feels more comfortable during your shave or leaves your face smoother after. Gillette's Sensor XL. And try new Gillette Shave Gel. Now, the best gel takes care of your skin, too.
On Independence Day, they arrived.
Well, what's happening? Is it noon already?
This Halloween, they attack.
Don't eat me! I have a wife and kids! Eat them!
This Sunday is...
What am I doing? What will I do?
The day Homer fights back.
No!
On a brand new Simpsons Halloween special, Sunday.
Bobby Cox trusted Steve Avery to throw strikes when the Braves intentionally walked Bernie Williams to load the bases. Avery didn't do it. Got out in front of Boggs 1-2, let him get away, forced home a run. Wetland getting ready out in the Yankee bullpen. A double switch for the Braves here in the 10th inning as Charlie Hayes pops up to the new first baseman. Klesko drops it and a run scores. Klesko loses it in the lights, and it's an 8-6 Yankee lead.
Not only did Klesko lose the ball in the lights, Brad Klontz was a spectator on this play, standing on the mound and watching. Nobody to cover first base. Lemke recovered, possibly in time to get Hayes at first.
Maybe.
That brings home another run. It's 8-6 New York, and now Strawberry. Strike one. Klesko just came into the game to take over for McGriff. Came up as a first baseman. He'll lead off in the bottom of this 10th inning. Bases still loaded, 2 out. 2 runs home and 1-1 on Strawberry.
And if you read the lips of bullpen coach Tony Cloninger, he said to John Wetland, that Lloyd will work to the first hitter, and that's Ryan Klesko. And that's what he's doing now to the bullpen catcher, saying Wetland's going to come in with one out or with one on.
Now 2-1 on Strawberry. Bases loaded, 2 out, 2 runs home, and the Yankees, who trailed at 1.6-0 after 5, have an 8-6 lead here in the 10th. The 2-1 to Strawberry. Big swing, strike 2. New York, 10th inning. Bases loaded, 2 out. Just missed, and a full count on Strawberry, and again the runners will go. Williams, the runner at third. Boggs, the runner at second. Charlie Hayes is on at first. Runners go, and Strawberry strikes out. Klontz comes in, does his job, an error hurt. An extra run comes home. A 2-run 10th. Yankees up by 2. Back after this from your local station.
Fox, the exclusive home of the 1996 World Series.
I am Wall Street. Every day, people come to me with one thing on their minds: getting more for less. Will they find it in stocks, or bonds, or precious metals?
The all-new ES300.
Ah, so the smart money's in metal.
More of a Lexus, less of a price. At Stevenson Lexus and Cooney Lexus.
This Halloween, Blockbuster Video has a special treat. Buy one of these Halloween classics for just $7.99. Rent 2 movies and they're yours for $3.99. If that's not a reason to scream, what is?
From Joel and Ethan Coen comes the first great film of 1996. A brilliant macabre thriller. There won't be a better film this year. Fargo, rated R, from Polygram Video. Rent it tonight.
All right. Are you ready to start behaving yourself? I can't hear you.
Amoco Silver. For performance you can depend on.
Hi, I'm Mike Naughton, Mike Naughton Ford, and the sale you've waited for is back. The Big 100 sale. 100 used vehicles, all sale priced at under $200 a month, and all with my 3-day money-back guarantee. Cars, trucks, vans, foreign and domestic. This is the sale people tell me they've waited for. 100 vehicles to choose from, all under $200 a month. Every one with my 3-day money-back guarantee. How can you lose? My Big 100 sale going on now at Mike Naughton Ford. Hurry, it's going to end soon.
Catch Seinfeld after the game, tonight on Fox 31.
The Atlanta Braves have blown a 6-0 lead, and in the 10th inning trail 8-6. Ryan Klesko leads it off against Graham Lloyd, and again our thanks to the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes for the beautiful pictures here tonight in Atlanta. A beautiful picture for the Atlanta fans, and Klesko would be a leadoff hit. 1-1 from Graham Lloyd. Lloyd is proving to be a very important piece to this Yankee puzzle against this Atlanta team. They came on last inning with 2 on, 1 out, and got the double play ball off the bat of McGriff. And now here in the 10th, will stay in for one-hitter Klesko before giving way to Wetland. Good fastball, 2-2 on Klesko. Klesko could be upset about. A swing and a miss with 2 strikes means 1 out.
May have thought he foul-tipped the ball and that the ball went in the dirt. That's the only thing he could have been arguing about.
So Graham Lloyd gets 3 outs by facing 2 hitters. The double play off the bat of McGriff. He strikes out Klesko. He exits to a standing ovation, albeit from the Yankee bench.
This is about the biggest idea in business communication today. About simple being smart, less being more. About how your business can get local and long-distance calling, plus everything from paging to conferencing, global to cellular, the whole menu, soup to nuts. From one team on one bill, from the one and only company in America with the power to put it all together. Network MCI. That's how.
Jack. Hey. Get your own beer.
Since 1873, original Coors in the yellow can.
So I hear Ray got a new pickup.
What?
Testing dugout jackets, bay
No
3.
entities without yellow credentials beyond point.
Commence autograph sequence.
Retina scan positive. Ripken, Cal.
We need to know how it holds up to everyday use. How many days did you have in mind? Stress coding.
Activate starter dugout jacket in 3, 2, 1.
Starter Sportswear. No one's closer to the game. Your favorite show is moving to Sunday nights.
Stop or I'll shoot! Golly!
And what will take its place is so terrifying.
I see what the killer sees.
It could only come from the mind of the creator of The X-Files, Millennium.
The 1,000 years is over!
Now your weekend will start as powerfully as it will end. Millennium series premiere Friday at 9, 8 Central, and The X-Files on its new night Sunday.
The New York Yankees are shooting for their 7th win in 7 tries on the road during the 1996 postseason. That streak looked in jeopardy back in the 5th inning when it was 6-0 Atlanta. It's now 8-6. Wetland into the game and a fastball, strike 1 to Andrew Jones. During the postseason, 4 saves, an ERA of 1.8. He got the save here last night, saving it for Cone. Ripped into left field, a 1-out base hit by Andrew Jones. That's his 3rd hit and a 4th time he's been on base tonight.
Braves only have 9 hits. Andrew Jones has 3 of them. More Kinlan.
Talked about Andrew Jones in the first game breaking a bat, trading it for a hit. He'll make the trade now, a 1-out hit. 1 on, 1 out, tying run at the plate, Jermaine Dye. Big swing for strike 1. Well, you really have to be impressed with these Atlanta rookies, Andrew Jones and Jermaine Dye. They've got an idea, and they go up there. They do not get intimidated.
Yeah, those 2 guys and Derek Jeter of the Yankees. Forget how young these guys are.
1 on, 1 out. The 0-1 from Wetland, 1-1. Dye hit a home run in the 2nd game of the division series in LA. On a high breaking ball. 1 on, 1 out. That's down the right field line. Slicing toward the corner. Strawberry can't make the catch. It's foul for strike 2. He was there and he missed it.
Absolutely. That ball was catchable because Darrell was playing him toward the line, going toward the bullpen fence. He may have even laid a glove on it.
I think he did get leather on that ball. Looked like he took his eye off of it at the last second to pick up that wall right there to brace himself.
The 1-2 to die, 2-2. No error on the play. But no doubt that Strawberry got his glove on the ball. 1 on, 1 out. What a game. What a game here in game 4. Braves led by 6. Yankees lead by 2. Now 3-2 on die.
You know, if you're Charlie Hayes, I think the play is to play behind him. They have a 2-run lead, not a 1-run lead. Andrew Jones goes, so what? Let him go.
Dye does hit a lot of balls to the right side of the field, and as hard as Wetland throws, you figure he's going to go that way.
Right.
1 on, 1 out, 3-2 pitch, runner goes, and we'll do it again.
I mean, he's going to go anyway. What difference does it make? Charlie Hayes played back into the position and either guard the line or play the fat part, but the big thing is to play back.
Especially now with a count 3-2.
Exactly.
Three balls, 2 strikes on Jermaine Dye. Runner goes, and Dye hits it into deep left field. Got under it. Raines is there. 2 out. A full swing, and Dye just missed it. Popping it up to left for the 2nd out here in the 10th.
Every fastball Wetland threw in the strike zone, Jermaine Dye had a great cut at it. This one just a little bit too high to get on top of. Pops it up in the air. Gave the fans a thrill for a minute.
Raines with plenty of room for the 2nd out. An interested party watched it fall short. Now the Yankees play behind the runner with a left-handed batter, Terry Pendleton, at the plate. Jones will walk down to second. Pendleton shoots it to deep left. Raines is there, falling as he catches it. And in 10 innings, the Yankees hang on and win 8-6. And this series is tied at 2 games apiece.
Oh, man.
Back on the track, Tim Raines lost his footing.
Oh, brother.
What a game, game 4 here in Atlanta. And this series will get back to New York and Yankee Stadium. Our Chevrolet player of the game is Jim Leyritz. He, in inning number 8 against Wohlers with 2 on, went deep to tie it. The Yankees come all the way back after trailing early by 6. They win game 4, 8-6. And tomorrow night, game 5, will play behind Andy Pettitte. It's Pettitte and Smoltz, a game 1 rematch in game 5 here in Atlanta tomorrow night, beginning at 8 Eastern. For all of us at Fox Sports, we say good night from Atlanta. We'll see you tomorrow night.